Lost the share, Rick.
The Keshe Foundation is extending an invitation to medical doctors of any practice and speciality to apply to the Foundation's private weekly medical teaching workshop. This includes medical doctors, dentists, and veterinarians. Scientists of the Keshe Foundation developed different types of plasma therapies and cures that utilize advanced, non-invasive plasma technology. The weekly private medical teaching workshop educates doctors to the plasma science behind the therapies, along with the functionality and operation of revolutionary plasma medical devices. The goal of the private teachings is to add plasma health knowledge to the profound knowledge of medical doctors. The weekly class is broadcast live over the internet through a secure private channel every Wednesday from 2 to 5 p.m. Central European Time. Presently, the class is only offered in English. However, you are free to bring a translator to the class. If you can't participate in the live broadcast, you can watch them later at your convenience through a private internet portal. Every patient's case that is discussed in the workshop will be kept anonymous and private. This includes cataloged findings and data gained from the analysis of the patient's health issues. Any medical doctor in the world who wants to participate can do so by sending an email to doctors@spaceshipinstitute.org. In your email, please state your willingness to participate in the medical teaching workshop. If you're planning on bringing a translator to the workshop, please state this in your email as well. After we receive your email, we will contact you with the instructions on how to apply to the workshop. As a part of the application process, applicants who apply, including any translators brought into the workshop, will be required to sign the Keshe Foundation's World Peace Treaty, which can be found at the following web address. All applicants will be required to provide proof of their education and ability to practice medicine, and will also be required to pass an extensive security background check before they are granted access to the teaching workshop. Healthful plasma technology is here, now, the use of which is increasing exponentially on a day-to-day basis on every continent. We encourage you to come and learn about this revolutionary technology. Apply today. Keshe Foundation Ghana, in association with Ghana Atomic Commission and Ghana Spaceship Institute, would like to invite you to attend the New Dawn, Africa's Meteoric Rise in Spaceship Technology Conference, October 17th through 19th, 2016, in Ghana. Keshe Foundation Ghana's mandate is to build awareness and promote research into plasma technology. The Foundation is presently working with governmental institutions and other interest groups in Ghana to fulfill this goal. At the conference, you will be afforded the opportunity to learn about and experience plasma technology firsthand. The cost of admission to the conference includes 3-night stay in one of Ghana's prestigious hotels. Hotel packages include a single, double, or twin room option, and an option for an apartment or suite. Breakfast, tea, and coffee breaks and a buffet lunch on the days of the conference are also included. Keshe Foundation Ghana is focused on utilizing plasma technology to solve numerous problems facing the African nation. Come to the New Dawn, Africa's Meteoric Rise in Spaceship Technology Conference in Ghana. Learn about plasma technology and learn how you can participate in spreading the word about it. Together, we can bring freedom to Africa and humanity. And we hope to see you there.
Welcome everyone to the 137th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. It is Thursday, September 15th, 2016, And we are pleased to have Sandy present a presentation on the Universal Council Conference in Rome that was held on September 9th and 10th of 2016. And I think she's ready to present that now. Or are you there, Sandy?
Hi, Rick. Is my screen sharing?
Yes, we can see it there. Now
Okay, how's that look?
that looks really good. Thank you.
They're working out for you? Okay,
Yeah.
great. Audio coming through okay?
Yes, very good.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll just go ahead and get started and say hello, everyone. When I was looking through the who's on this, watching this live session this morning, I seen a lot of the people that were out the council conference this past week, and like to say hello to you. It was great being with you all. I'm going to start by giving just a little brief overview of the council itself, since some of you watching this might not know of the council. Let me see here. Okay, the council's purpose is to bring about peace for all souls, and this means all humanity, plants, animals, all those souls within our atmosphere, outside our atmosphere, our galaxy, and beyond, is to bring everything of the soul of the Creator to peace. And the council basically started in Dubai earlier this year in April, when the One Planet, One Nation, One Race conference took place. 140 some people went, and out of that conference, 76 people stepped up to say that they wanted to be members of the council. All people that attend these conferences have to sign the World Peace Treaty. The Peace Treaty says, I, as citizens of Earth, from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression, and I shall never think again about getting involved or incite war or development or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this I agree and swear with my body and soul, and was signed and witnessed. Knowing that everyone has signed this, we come to understand that we are joined. And so from the first council that happened in Dubai, there were 73 people that stood up and 25 languages were represented. The process then went to pick one representative for each language. As you can see, some languages had more than one representative: English, Farsi, France, German. So there had to be a process in which one representative was chosen to be the language representative. And this did occur in the months prior, after, I should say, April, until the September conference that just happened. So now we're in Rome. We have our 25 language representatives chosen, and this is their time to speak up and let the world know about their vision. So myself, as the Secretary General of the Universal Council, was basically the MC of the event. It took place at the Crown Plaza Hotel, the St. Peter's location in Rome, Italy. The facilities were wonderful. The staff was it couldn't have been a nicer area, and everyone was very helpful. And so the attendees included 20 language representatives that came in person, 3 that were watching online through Zoom. There were 22 support council members, 69 public, 4 children between the ages of 8 and 14, 4 Keshe Foundation support staff, Ella, Stanley, Sandor, and Giuseppe. And I also could put Bill Esch in there. And 2 others, which was Mr. Keshe and myself. I just really didn't know where to put us, so I just put us under other. The conference schedule was for 2 days, for each language represented to be given 15 minutes to share their vision. And 2 representatives spoke online. They came on Zoom and presented their speech. And 1 representative's vision was read to the council. All of this was done in the first day. And so the second day, the format was changed to for a different purpose. But you can see how the conference schedule, we would meet around 10 o'clock, have a break around 11:30, and then lunch at 1, another break in the afternoon, and closed up the session at 6 in the evening. It actually started on Thursday, though, when people started to arrive, and we've had to get going with the Knowledge Seekers workshop that morning. Giuseppe came in and gave his talk for the Knowledge Seekers workshop that day, and the rest of us were also planning how to get things going. After the workshop, there was a beautiful lunch in which people started to be able to get together and discuss things. I think there was about 25 of us during this point or so. And in the evenings, we got together again. Some stayed around the hotel to chat, and some went out and seen some of the sights. But it was a night for everyone to get out and relax because on Friday, everything was set to get going, to get the work started. I presented to the council and the members and public our statement of intention to join all souls together and spoke of the schedule and so forth. And everyone was very attentive. I don't have pictures of each individual speakers because we were not allowing recordings during and picture taking during the actual conference. So I do not have those pictures. The pictures you will be seeing are during the breaks. It was a wonderful crowd, and like I said, the facilities were beautiful. Just so you can see some of the people there. We had a full room. I think there was 18 to 20 tables. Some of the visions that were shared that morning by the council members were the vision to have equal respect for all genders, to allow more feminine energy to be expressed. Another one was equal respect for cultures, where a tribe is not regarded as less worthy than a nation. Clean water for all by teaching plasma technology, especially with the disasters and earth changes that we are going through. And one mentioned people doing work they enjoy and feel satisfied with when doing work is seen as an honor. All these visions were expressed and more by different council members as what they wanted to see to come forth in the days ahead. It was a wonderful experience. Everyone, a lot of people knew each other because they came from Dubai, and so there was a lot of camaraderie and friendship. One thing that was spoken on that day is man's path to peace. Man does not have to go the path Mr. Keshe describes in this picture, which is the man will come to accept this new technology not out of love, but out of fear of his own existence. Man can know peace by extending respect and love. And it was suggested that each time we see positive change for peace, we should take a letter away so that to promote peace and love to peace instead of fear to peace. That evening after the conference, we had a beautiful dinner at a restaurant that was right around the bend that was very accommodating. And after that, there was also a meeting back at the hotel for those who wanted to discuss things further. The next day, September 10th, it was a beautiful day and everything was so exciting. And I put this little picture up here because little Topali's just so cute and was so excited this day. And I thought it was a great picture to start the day off with. And I felt we were able to remove our first letter, and I took off the E in existence. So to me, it was showing that we can't step out of this fear, because our first wish of the council, on the 9th of September, the council wished for world peace, and on the 10th, US and Russia agreed on peace moves in Syria. I saw this on the news before coming down to breakfast in the morning, and I was just so excited. It's like it happened so quickly. And after breakfast, and we were talking about it and all, we were saying how it would be wonderful to know for sure that these men came to this agreement out of love for and respect for each other. But it was sort of thought, with the looks on their face, they probably came to it out of fear. Because on September 1st, 2016, at Cape Canaveral Air Force Space Station, the SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket exploded. MT Keshe of Keshe Foundation explained the reason for the destruction of the system, as it was to carry systems capable of endangering other nations' nuclear capability. So it had to be stopped, and it was stopped using the new space plasma technology for the implication of peace. No one was hurt, no lives were lost. And it was shown, the video that shows the orb coming in and the explosion of the rocket and the orb going out. This was on the news. All of you can go and look it up for yourselves to see it again. So, but the path the Universal Council members walk is to peace and the acknowledgement of respect for all in oneness with Source. This is the ethos the Universal Council works through. Other wishes spoken that day, because Saturday was the day for us to speak how we could see action being taken to bring about peace. Some talked about bringing children into the talks and conferences, about how important it is for them to experience adults handling things in a compromising, collaborative fashion. Others talk about how our educational system needs to be teaching compassion and love, to have it actually in the teaching in the syllabus of our courses, even at very young ages. And other talked about making social media apps to help teach about the plasma, and also to give helpful suggestions about how to handle situations, how to be respectful in a situation, and so forth. And others suggested newsletters where internet and such are not available, feeling that these people shouldn't be left out, that they need to also learn about peace and plasma technology. Of course, to have trust so that you can truly love others. And was talked about the pay forward movement that's coming through, where you give ahead knowing that you will receive when your turn comes, when it is necessary. And to be also willing to teach self-honor to those whose culture demands submission from certain classes of people. There were many other wishes spoken, and people were trying to give of their souls and speak from how they felt that they could contribute to this effort. And part of that was just to collaborate with each other and talk with each other, see where everyone's coming, see what's happening with each other's countries, because it is through our language that we have our connection to our nation. And people will be coming to share their visions and their request of the council, and we'll be going to these language representatives who will listen and understand because they are from that culture. And then they'll bring their requests and suggestions to the council for the council to help with and to strengthen and share. So it was a wonderful experience. A lot of learning and growing happened. And then it came, what did we accomplish? It was shown how much we have yet to understand as far as having respect for others and detachment from possession, titles, and seeing how much we can get. Mr. Keshe gave a lesson on this after dinner on Saturday night. And we have seen how embedded our desires to teach outweigh our desires to learn. And we really need to have a balance, because if we only teach, we can't learn what is being presented to us right now. We learn how we have to work at broadening our tolerances and accepting the wisdom of peace. Often, wisdom of peace and tolerance don't go hand in hand. And so this is one of the things we also talked about, that in order to have peace for all, people are going to have to be willing to broaden their ability to accept. And where do we go from here? Acknowledging the intelligence of the Creator within us and learning more about how we are being guided, and opening up to others in the name of the Universal Council, and our willingness to expand our trust in the power of trust. We have to come to know how we are connected, how the universal communication is going on between us. As members of the Universal Council, this is what we're working on. So myself, my vision for the work of the Universal Council between now and the next conference is I would like to see language representatives starting to have regular public Zoom meetings for being available to those looking for information and aid. And I would like to see support members starting groups such as health aid disbursements, agricultural support, and organize an aid network around the globe with the manufacturing and distributing sections of the Keshe Foundation. I think this is something we can definitely get going and started between now and our next Universal Council meeting, which is now scheduled for the April 7th and 8th of 2017 in Rome. We had talked once about having the conference somewhere else, but currently, with the current situation with visas and so forth, we've decided that it is necessary to stay in Rome for the upcoming council, since it's only 6 months away, a little over 6 months actually. So we do have work to do, but I think everyone saw the power of the joining, the power of the collaboration, and is looking forward to bringing this energy forward. So that is my report on the Universal Council's One Planet, One Nation, One Race conference in Rome, Italy, this past September 8th and 9th. And I thank you, and I'm Sandy Esch. I'm Secretary General of the Universal Council. And for those of you that don't know me, I'm the woman standing on the extreme right-hand side of the picture with the black tank top and gray slacks. So everyone, thank you very much. And if you have any questions or anything, don't hesitate to let me know. And I will stop sharing. Okay, so did anyone hear me on that?
Oh yeah, you came through loud and clear. Thank you very much, Sandy. I'm wondering if Mr. Keshe is in the background there, ready to begin. And do we have a video that we're going to be showing? I mean a live video from Mr. Keshe, or do we have something to share?
Oh, yeah, we're still on the board. Still on the board. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Keshe.
Yes.
Hi.
Good morning, good day to you. As usual, wherever and whenever you listen to us. We have come to a full circle, in a way, trying to understand the work of the Council and exactly where we stand and how we stand with this process. There is a very clear indication for those of you who've been involved and around the foundation or listen to the foundation's work. We established the United Nations after the Second World War to stop the abuses of the power, that we could come to an agreement before the abuses start. But over time, in past lifetime of what we call United Nations, the United Nations itself became more abuser than it was set to abuse, stop the abuse. We've seen wars which is sanctioned on the favor of one nation to another to rob nations. So the conclusion, as not only by the Keshe Foundation, internationally is accepted, United Nations is nothing but a forum for war, and it had to be ended. We've seen how they sanctioned war on Iraq, war on Lebanon, Libya, and the others for the benefit of some of their members, using language numbers in the council. If you look, United Kingdom carries majority votes, more or less 30 to 40% of the votes, pressurizing its Commonwealth members. So it was never fair. But this way, with setting up the Universal Council, we have done with this. People live across the world on this planet with different languages, connected to the mother language, but in thoughts and emotion connected not only by words. So setting up the Universal Council on the basis of the language, we have done with borders. We have no borders. You're Chinese in America, you're as much Chinese, you're in China. Your line of thoughts is respected, and the same if you are from any part of Africa, in other part of the world, been taken by choice or by slavery. Now, we speak your language, your mother language, and the line of thoughts, which connects the whole soul of the man together. This is the reason we set up the one nation, one planet, one race, and the Universal Council. The Universal Council speaks the word of the planet, including everything else which lives across and within it. The way the Universal Council is set up is to, first, the initial steps of its work is to bring peace for humanity. And then, as its name goes, is its connection between the Universal Council and the planet. Which means, in communication, as we realize more, as we conquered a new continent, and we call it the United States or America, now we will conquer space. We need people who, with the release of new technology, can negotiate, can explain our wishes, our thoughts, our way of thinking to the new world which we found. This space is vast, and if you thought 10,000 different cultures on this planet was too much, you have millions of them. Every member of the council in time will come to understand the structure of part of this universal community. And then it sets the wishes of the mankind in respect to that community. It's not for one man, but every language through the soul of the man will be connected. What we've done now is the beginning. Some 20 odd members of the council, and with the next meeting in April, we build to another further steps, maybe 50 to 100 new languages. It's your job, if you listen and you think you're part of the structure of the peace on this planet, you forward, step forward. You come forward to share your vision and your soul to bring peace about. We will explain this more and more. At this time, it's all a vision for you, but it's working for some. We saw the wishes of the council for years, past 2 years, 3 years, was to come to some sort of agreement between America and Russia on Syria, which has created so much displacement of people, which now has spread across Europe. You have to understand, it's not one nation anymore. And then we've seen how many Syrians and the others are in Europe seeking for the home the European caused them to lose for the financial gains they were hoping for. This is what is to finish. Wars. And we saw in that conference the wishes of the war was come to an end. The war in Syria. And just, is it coincidental that on the second day of the conference we see such a news? It's no coincidence. How many times you want to call it coincidence because you have no belief in your own power, your own strength of your own soul. This shows the council has the strength. We support the council in different ways that they can achieve the work. In that meeting on the second day, as the banner came up, the peace between Syria and Russia has been negotiated. A man who's been behind this peace negotiation in a very depth, trusting it can be achieved and it can go further, we had with us. We didn't listen to something which was imaginary. We listened to Gordon Duff, who was and has been involved in the peace talks, in trying to keep the trust between both sides in Syria. He has risked his life. He was in Syria. He took a delegation to Syria and stayed committed to peace. He gave us a talk. We understood more. Humanity needs a lot of sacrifices to achieve peace, as those who benefit by war would not let go so easy. We don't need to fight them. We need to make accommodation that us, through our soul, brings the physicality into order. There is a need for us, as whatever members you are, and you think you can serve humanity to bring peace, is no good standing on the fringes anymore. You have to be inside it. You have to give from your soul, and if it needs physical time. We need to raise the members to 144 languages. We have achieved in the first conference 20 odd. We had a couple of more people who came in during the conference and they submitted their language. One was Turkish. And they want to submit their time for peace. Turkish Keshe Foundation members sent a delegation, and he was there and he wanted to be the member of Peace Council. You got to understand, becoming a member of the Peace Council or a member of the Universal Council or the supporters does not mean that you get the same rights to do what is done in the United Nations. The only job they have is to bring positive insight, wishes that can change humanity for better. Does not matter, it's a tribe, it's a wish for a nation, is a wish for the animal or planet. We have seen their wish became their command, and we saw the peace treaty between Russia and United States on Syria. You will see more. On the other hand, you've seen the rocket launch. We do interfere. We warn in the Washington presentation that we will take steps. Any nation who goes on the path of destruction of another nation culture or trying to make a superior force, we will deal with. We do not leave it in the hand of the council till the council is mature enough that make sure these tools of war are not made, and they can make nations and head of nations to understand. The warhead which was set to be used electronically to destroy some of the nuclear warheads in Russia, to repeat in a way the forces we saw with Hiroshima. They would have triggered warheads across Russia, one or two, to force Russia to submission. What happened we saw in Hiroshima? An atomic bomb forced. Atomic bomb forced and brought Japan into his knees, not to see more of his nationals to be killed. This rocket, which was supposed to planned, and he had the feasibility to deliver such a thing in communication line and delivery of the fields, that he could have triggered nuclear willingly. by those who had a bigger plan. But we had a bigger plan too. We will enforce the destruction of Washington, and we delivered it. We will deliver more, much more power, to step by step. We bring all the nations to realize there is no need for tools of war. My warning goes to President Xi of China. We gave the same chance to China as we gave to United States. You have abused our trust. We will respond. Very direct. Chinese community understand very clearly. You serve your nation as Keshe Foundation to change it for a peaceful ways. The trust in your leadership has far moved away, because when it came to time of action, not much was done but abused. We will not allow this abuse. We welcome the joint naval forces between Russia and China to show American forces need not to move in what we call South China Sea. But it has to be said, we will deliver technologies which will interfere. We're given the green light, we've been given the red light. As the rocket, no armies. You can kill each other with the little guns here and there and do your little games of wars and generals, but we will interfere. We have to interfere because the course of humanity has to be the peace way. As I said in the meeting of the council, if there was a cat on board of that rocket, we would have removed it and we would have shown it. No one will be harmed. This is our plan. We'll carry on the plan. We have to be correct. We have to be in a way to start making path for peace. Those who are financially better off, and it came from the back of what they call garages of building technologies, that now they think the man of power just because they earn some money during their lifetime. And now they're using it to finance wars and thinking they can control different kind of birth of different nations and who is going to be who, and producing things which can endanger their life. We will handle one by one. And don't say, oh, it's accidental. We warned about the rocket in Washington. There was no accident. There shall be no more accidents. So what we are asking for is to add to the strength of the council. If you speak a language, when you bring language, it strengthens the work of the peace, because we can approach and reach more people through their understanding of the emotion that peace is essential cornerstones of our work. We have announced this, what we call the third meeting of the council will be in April. The date has been set. And we will stay in Rome. Rome is safe for us. We have high full security apparatus for all members. And we stay intact in bringing the ancient Rome to the new generation of the science. On the back of this work, as we go hand in hand with what we call the strength of the soul and the science, as we promised, that will be the work of the world future messengers of what we call the creator. Everyone has to go together, science and belief. If you have the science, you shall not believe in false. You can see the truth. And this is what is needed in the depth of the universe when you travel. For this reason, we announced the start of the Ghana Scientific Conference. That is the first scientific conference. This conference in Ghana is to show and submit papers. Is to deliver scientific discoveries using the plasma technology, be it GaN, be it space, be it energy, be it any other thing which is bringing a new application of the science in respect to our environment, life, and everything else. The second, what we call Universal Science Conference, will be held every quarter. What this means, from now on, every quarter, one conference, scientific conference, will be held across the world. We try to keep to one position that everybody knows, but in fact, we need to do this. A lot of you, hundreds, thousands of you have done a lot of work. You have developed new ways of food production. You have developed new ways of energy. You have developed a tiny little thing can make a big difference. You have to have a say. You are a professor. You are a scientist. You don't need a degree to say who you are, that you can control your mind. You are the people who we are inviting you. Submit your work, write a paper. You can't write a paper, bring it and show it. We allocate 1 hour per person to show or to discuss or to bring a school of thought of what they think the technology needs to be done. You got to understand, when you set up a new structure, you have to work on every aspect of it. When you set up Universal Council, when you set up one nation, you have to look after your nation's need in every way. You have to nourish them. Emotionally, you have to feed them through the knowledge of the science, and you have to allow them to feel comfortable to be within the environment. That is our job. You're a housewife. You have found a new way of producing GANs, which you think it can be used. You're a scientist. You have graduated in the University of Plasma. There shall be no color, no age, no race. The certificate, PhDs and engineers has been created in past 100 years for those who would like to be separate. In Universal Council, we are all the same. In the Universal Community, we are all the same. We did not born with a degree when we came out of the womb of our mother, and we shall not die with one. Millions of us over past thousands of years have added little by little to knowledge of the man, and none of us got a degree for it. Why should we now? But before, a mother passed the knowledge to daughter, and then maybe to 2, 3 or a few grandchildren. Now you teach your knowledge across the planet. This is the difference. You have a voice. You understand it. So in Ghana, we announced the first scientific conference. The second Universal Scientific Conference will be held in Rome. You can register for it today. We announced the date in December. At this moment of time, we look on the 12th, 13th and the 14th of December, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. We will confirm this, maybe a day here and there, within next 24 hours. But if you want to show, if you want to see the knowledge on the edge of science of plasma technology, this is where to be. Limited space, conference presentation, around about 500. If you want to show, if you are part of the Keshe Foundation teaching groups, if you are part of the Keshe Foundation manufacturers by then, you can book yourself on a stall and stand to show what you've done, to show your products, to set up a structure with thoughts. Now we allow our scientists to submit their papers. For us to get someone, a conference, to allow a plasma paper to be shown by a female, which has done the test, produces the food in the kitchen from plasma, is impossibility. Not in our cycle. Because what you teach can save a life somewhere in a disaster or somewhere in a space. Your knowledge is respected. Make it, submit your application, what you want to show, what you have. We check very simply, very plainly, that what you're submitting You are given a space to talk. You are given a space to present. Book your place in a conference, attend the conference, submit it. We will try to pick up parts of this to be kept for recording on teaching, which means in the future it can be used. You're teaching as a lecturer, you're teaching as a scientist of the plasma. You are respected. We are planning the third Universal Council Scientific Conference somewhere in March. March the 1st to the 4th. We have to do this, because if we don't do, the science and the others who think they have the control of the science with their false magazines and peer reviews will overtake to silence. This way we teach. We teach each other. You have made something you want to show, you want to learn that you can do something with new technologies, you're all welcome to these conferences. We still do vetting. Those who are not vetted will not be allowed in. For those of you who were in Rome, we noticed there was few, very, very few, who came to create problem. But seeing armed officers right across the conference will give you a lesson. Do not mess about with Keshe Foundation supporters and the Universal Council. Governments understand our position and are supporting us heavily. We've seen few people would like to disturb and come up with what they thought it'll be a good thing to come. They would have found out very quickly there is no place for misguided people. We are here to share. Go on the website. It's already opened up this morning, I hope. In any shape or form, you bring your condition, you bring your question to the council. We allow fringe meetings that different people of different interests have, and we build on this. We are looking around 400 places as accommodation and 500 places in the hall. Our target for the conference was 120, and we were correct. We could not allow any more because it's a Universal Council conference last week. Next time is scientific. Book your place, come in, bring your thoughts. I'm not there to answer questions. We are there all together to find and gain knowledge from each other. This is the way the foundation goes. This is the way we are going. We established a teaching group. We established what we call Keshe Foundation, then a Spaceship Institute for teaching, then KFSSI to in-depth and bring more knowledge directly to people. Now we start teaching doctors, which I hear over 50 doctors now registered in the medical teaching. I have a very good news for those who've been hanging around. We ask for doctors. As of this week, if you are an alternative medicine doctor with certificate and there are conditions to meet, you're allowed to come in. You're allowed to participate, the use of the technology, and let us know how it goes. We have a group of 700 doctors in China who want to join us, but they don't speak English. We'll make your facilities for you. We are in touch with the group, and we will make accommodation for the Chinese doctors on this specific case to come in. They're all alternative medical teachers or practitioners. It has to be proven with a long track record that you are registered by your government, that you practice, and everything else which is needed in the background. You'll be allowed to join in the medical teaching. This is all totally free. You don't need to pay. The same is for the agriculture. The agriculture needs to be strengthened. The agriculture side needs to be on. I hear somebody ask, what about the physical therapist? Ask Dr. Klaus, he will respond. You have to see, you have to understand, if you have physical therapy, you can use gas to relieve the pain of your people in a much faster way. This is what we stand for. No boundaries. We had to learn ourselves. As we are learning, we're opening more doors. The Keshe Foundation manufacturing Austria will support all the medical equipment. Now they are in the position to deliver anything you see in the teachings to do with health. Austria has moved in and they will deliver. Hopefully next week or two they deliver the first systems to the doctors who want to use it. You don't need how to make it, but they do. The establishment and the specialty of Austria at the moment goes towards the production of medical system. It's a team of them, and you have a full support, and we have the other doctors. The GANS trials have already started. By now, most of you should have received your materials, and please report back you received it, and that we can start tracking. The person in the background to put the knowledge back in what you see and how you see it has been there, and she will support you in any shape or form. The first batch of the medicine for cancer, or what we call the plasma ion system, has been dispatched. We wait for the doctors who start using it to be able to deliver it. And in that process, we will see that the first trials on doctors applying the new, what we call liquid plasma for reversal of cancer, hopefully starts this week. The material should be delivered. It's on its way to the doctor. And then the first 2 trials starts, and next week hopefully we start the second trial with 2 new people. This is how we will go. And the knowledge, the outcome is an open channel, which means other doctors can monitor, other doctors can put their thoughts and the ideas in how it should be. Maybe we have to change. The problem is very simple. We have no solution for major diseases, multiple cancers, cancers which they become multiple. Chemotherapy has not proven to be 100% successful. We have not managed to bring technology without side effect. This technology can offer that. Humanity deserves to know. Humanity deserves to be able to test. It's not a foreign agent, it's not to develop new materials of pharmaceuticals with side effect. It's natural products. No one on this planet can tell you you cannot eat meat, or you cannot have ginger or garlic. This is the same. It's as more natural than the matter state. It's a component of what you breathe. So if anyone says to you, you cannot use this material, you say, excuse me, this is what it sits in the air you breathe. Stop breathing. You choose. The way I have thought, and I'll keep on teaching this technology, is using the natural processes that there is no way any legislation anywhere in the world can block it. If anybody tells you you cannot use the CO2, water, you cannot use the air of the CO2, say, excuse me, you breathe it every day, stop breathing, that's the end of life for you. They come to understand how ridiculous the structure has been set. So, the way we work from now on, we have set up the Universal Council. We have set up the education by KFSSI. Now we let you to submit the papers and scientific and explanation in conferences that we structure ourselves, and other organizations can see how the science is developing. We have, and we are in a place the same of setting universal police force. It took us a bit, but we'll be there very soon. And now we are working in the background for what we announced for Universal Bank. That means we do not accept the condition of one nation's worth is more than the other. We all work the same. Does not matter who has more or less to offer. A man works on the street from 8 o'clock in the morning till 9 o'clock at night, has put enough love and care from other members of the community that the doctor in the operating room at the same time. There should not be a difference in valuing a man. And so he should not be with his nation in who is better or richer than the other. We have become one nation. Why should we have different bank accounts and currencies? A man works in the jungles of Africa, a man who works in the hospital in New York, and a farmer who is, or a miner in the mines of China, spends the same 8 hours giving from their life. So it is the same. There is no GDP. Now we have world GDP. It's total of us who has to change the course. We are all valued one. And this is how we are setting up the universal banking system. Do we need to give money, or do we facilitate that I give my 8 hours to clean the street, but I do it 2 weeks a year and I want the rest to learn and serve and be happy? That is welcome. The only unemployment we have is the shame of us we cannot serve. And that's how the change will come. To a lot of you, this sounds very, very far-reaching, but you will understand very soon it's in your pocket. Why should you work 50 weeks a year, 8 hours a day, separated from your children, separated from what you love, for the others to have a better time, for you to suffer? Where you can work 2 weeks a year, solid enough, and have 50 years to have with your loved ones, and with it, bring up a peaceful nation. What do you expect from people who never see their children? Disappear early light of the day, come home late. Where is the child to learn? Humanity, peace. This is our job, to create that condition. This is why we are interfering in every shape or form with the past structure. As I said last Thursday in the talk, 999 is the final, is the last number before you go to 1. And we are started the 1 on Saturday. It's a new condition. It's us who's got to force it. It's us who have to do it. As I said to you before, the scientists in one of the leading institutes in America, they say we can accept Keshe's technology, but he's involved in prophecy, he's involved in religion, he's involved in ethics, and this does not go with the science. With you lot, with the way you were thought, because you thought you are the God of science, does not fit. The same as it doesn't fit into the Catholic, the priest and the others, that the scientists have nothing to do, is all act of God. Now the two come together, religion and science. That is what Keshe Foundation is. Unity of science, unity of the man. That brings peace, and that's what we are targeting at. We will achieve it because we are correct. We will achieve it because it comes from our soul, not physicality of paying somebody to say yes. We act, and in acting, we deliver. There are thousands and thousands of you are involved in making answers. You're selling your services, you're selling your products, you're going somewhere and doing things. This is how it should be. Knowledge is dispersed, knowledge has to be used for peaceful application. Do the government want us, or do we govern ourselves that nobody can want us to do crime? This is the difference. These are not preaching, these are laying out the new laws for humanity. And our wish is our command. You saw it. On the 9th, the wish was sincere for those who were there. On the 10th, peace accord. We will extend this, we will show more and more. There is a possibility, there is a high possibility, that in the coming time, you will see the joint hand of the religion and science together in a conference across the planet. In a very, very short time. much, much faster than you think, you will see the collaboration and cooperation on two sides trying to be the same. We will announce this in the next week or two, and then you'll understand more of. I was told why I addressed the American election last week in respect to Miss Clinton and her work. There was a reason. And now, this, as I said, this is the third section of this scenario. As a lot of you know, in early part of this decade, when on a trip I was captured and kept 11 days more or less on back off in the airport in Canada. I was told every day I'll be killed. I was told to my family every day I'll be killed. I'll be shot in the head. The man was very proud to tell me, and I stood behind a 2-inch bulletproof glass watching my sister crying. Do not kill him. The guy said, you tell him no one should know we got him under arrest. And you're on the other side. You talk, he gets a bullet in his head. In that interrogation of days in Toronto airport, I asked in a very simple way from the guy who was so proud that he could threaten me to death. I said, who's issued my warrant? Who's caused this? He said, you speak to American Foreign Secretary Hillary Clinton. She decides when you're going to be released. Then I knew I'm under control of the most violent woman on the planet. I didn't do anything. Strange enough, her boss, a couple of years later, decides to get access to the Keshe Foundation USB stick with all the patents and the knowledge on it. And strange enough, in putting the hand of peace across the table, the same woman takes a flight to Ahvaz airport and crashes by the wish of her boss and by wish of me to have peace. And she actually got a bullet in her head. She crashed, brain hemorrhage, flown to United States. And now we see the result of the election in United States. This is what they call the tale of unexpected. The man who wanted to put a bullet in his head in Canada, a couple of years later, gets hit in the head and stands for the same elections and will not be feasible she'll ever be the president. We take our time. We deserve what we say. Our mission was peaceful. Their mission was violence, and we've seen it. We don't need to fire a bullet. Accident will take their own course. And we see now, every day, one seizure after another seizure, a little bullet every day. We come to a very corner point of the science of what we have. We have to understand the knowledge. We have to understand the application of the knowledge. We have to understand the implication of the science we carry. We have to understand in what limitation our knowledge will go. We see now in front of us on the screen a lot of white dots showing roughly, without a physicality, the borders of the land part of this planet. If you look at this picture and look at these white dots are very much similar to the cores and the Maghreb system, which is spread across this planet. You all have made and most of you have done what you call maglev systems. You have made little cores, you have made GaNs materials. Now we teach you how you connect slowly. How we connect, how we can produce energies which is effective in a plasma condition that allows you to create energy of an order of magnitude which is needed for plasma technology. You got to learn that once you create a plasma, every white dot on this screen you see as a landmass, due to interaction of the fields, will connect. All we need is to allow the master to play his game, because the rest of the fields, they will connect to the others and emit what we were after. Can I share a screen, please? I need to, my pen is not working. Somehow I have no control over this thing. It's not writing. I can share. I am on a full screen. I can't go any fuller. I go to the outside table. I want to close. Oh, my desktop has been seen so many times. We have nothing to hide. This is, can you see it now? Okay. Let me explain as part of the teaching. I have to choose a color. I have to choose a pen. It seems my pen is not working anymore.
Mr. Keshe, just pull both cables out like we did in Rome.
Put them both out and back in.
Yes.
Okay. The other one doesn't want to go in, Stanley. Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your advice.
Works, right? Okay.
So let's go back in understanding more. What we need now is one system that the rest of this planet can respond to. Many of you have built many plasma, ganses, cores, coils. But most of you have this thing in common. In all your products. And somewhere across it, you have made something to be in this as well. All these, while you were making them, have made this. And fortunately or unfortunately, every man, every living thing has one of these in it. If I decide to interact with the feeling of the man, all I need to do is tune through this. Yesterday I was sitting in Rome with our friend Benjamin. And he said something very, very strange. And then he said, you don't do too much of it, it can do so much. And he said, we were sitting on a table, and he said, if you mix in this and that, it'll be very, very dangerous. Not too much of it, and he can do this and that, and he was so happy with it. I laughed, and I said to myself, he hasn't realized yet. He hasn't realized yet that in the work he did, or he was explaining how effective it is, he was bringing this to work with this, so it delivers more power of this. He was mixing the zinc with amino acid natural way, which affects the emotion of the man. And you do not see it. So we can do the same using a small system across this planet which radiates everything else, and with your old systems we can change the scene. This is what I told you. When you are blind, you do not see where you are going. Does not matter if it's sunshine or you're in the dark room. Unfortunately, with the knowledge of the man, you all have been a long time in the dark room. But you have touched it, you have felt the chair on the table and the warmth of the sun. Now, it's time to put the curtain aside and for you to see how you can change everything. And in many of my teachings, I keep on going on it and you don't see, so I have to create a veil of knowledge, which if you understand, is very simple. Many times, I always say, when you make a coil, pray for your soul. Pray from your soul for the system you make. And then I teach you, in the process of making the cores and the coils, always add a little bit of amino acid to it. Add your own amino acid to it. Now you know where the pray has gone. You pray for yourself, that you strengthen your own soul and your own physicality. So when we tell you to pray and give from your soul for your system, it's in fact, we are opening a bank account for you. When you run your call, you connect that bank account and you cash it in. Your wish becomes your command. Understand, slowly by slowly, we're putting different part of the jigsaw. Jigsaw is all made. It's just putting it together that it makes the scene. You got to realize, we taught you, you followed, you made the answers, you made the cores, you made the coils, you made the plasma reactors, you made the liquid water, everything you made. But you forgot one thing. In all this process, knowingly or unknowingly, sometimes being aware of it, sometimes don't, we have made you to walk the paths of peace. One way or another, you have touched the gas. One way or another, you touched another material. One way or another, you came in touch with the physicality of the energy of the universe through these systems. Even if you bought a magnet system, we have touched you. You have become part of the structure and we can reach you. We reach you to change your ethos of peace. And now these reactors, that's what they are doing. We cannot, it's literally impossibility. Even if you go to full automation, we go to full vacuum automation, somewhere in the process, there shall not be an amino acid on the system. So we have infiltrated in every hole and point on this planet through the structure of the planet. Now you see how easy it will be to change man. But the problem is, when we take you out of amino acid of this environment, then you change, then I have to handle you. As I said in the conference, we try to tame you before we let you outside in the universe to bite the others. like wild animals. If we can tame the soul of the man from the condition he has created in his physicality, then we can let man in space. Because one rotten apple can spread across the whole cart and destroy the others. It's taken a lot of work to create and keep the condition of the peace in the universe. It will not be allowed a rotten behavior apple of a man, of the Adam, to rot the rest. You put the rotten apple out of the cart. You cut the piece which is rotten and you can put it back in. This is what we are trying to do. Now you see very simply how, with the picture which is in front of you, I can reach you the way I want. And through reaching you, we have the capability and the capacity to spread the emotion and the thoughts. And I have a very bad news for you. We are building the system for it. We are building, developing the system to reach your soul. And it'll be our wish to change man to a peaceful man, and it'll be done. Now you see how easily I have brought all of you to become man of peace, even you have aggression. Any questions?
Good morning, Mr. Keshe. Good morning, Mr. Keshe.
Who's speaking? We can't hear you.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe. This is Azar.
Azar, how are you?
I'm doing well. How about yourself?
Not too bad. You always have a question. Let's see if we can answer this one.
This is not a question. I mean, I'm trying to process things, I guess. A couple of things. One is if my fingers is a kind of the leaf on a tree, and I'm standing in front of you, I can actually concentrate my emotion through the zinc and affect you in a way I want.
In a way, why not?
Yeah, I mean, as a human, I mean, if we know what we're doing, just like a LED light, when you take one point, attach it to another plate, I can actually concentrate my zinc part to the body the way I want it, and I can actually change your emotion very easily.
Why not? As long as it's positive. You got to understand, in a Ganser state, unless you bring a rotten apple in the middle, you cannot do much damage, because I take what I need the way it suits me. This is the beauty of it. And we can develop, we are in the process of developing a peaceful man. But a peaceful man sees the others to get, says, why shouldn't I do that? The process is, we change everyone at the same time, then we get what we want at the same time, which is peace. And this is one of the biggest problems we have. Changing everyone at the same time. And we are in that process. As I said, we are just about to interfere with everything we want. We're going to interfere with everything the man has ever could imagine cannot be touched. I will interfere because I have no choice. You will interfere because you have no choice. Because your intention is peaceful and their intention different. Then it's for you to understand that nobody can touch no one anymore. Unless your intentions is peace. None of us can. If your intention is peace, which means bringing balance between emotion and physicality, you will dictate it. You have no choice because this is what you chose. You have no choice because We have left these things too much in the hand of what I call the animals to do what they like. How much more can we see? How much more bloodshed? How much more suffering? How many children without parents and fathers? And we sit there and we watch, we say we cannot do anything. Now we can. Now we possess that energy to do. Now we understand the trust in ourselves. We possess, we can make the difference. We are there to make the difference. It's not anymore to say it's nothing to do with me. You understand, you through zinc you can interfere, so do so. My wish is to be at peace. You will achieve peace. You will understand what peace means because it's what you wished. It's what you put in process. It's what you initiated. Nobody else has. Nobody else can take your seat and nobody else can dictate the position. And this is the beauty of it. And a lot of people don't like this. Freedom to bring the change. Freedom to bring the change the way we want. Freedom to change the way we like to. This is the biggest problem. This is the biggest nightmare for those who do not work the way we do. Why not? Try your finger, point at and deliver your message. This is what I want. This is my wish, and I wish peace, and I want peace to be, and it'll be there. Do you need to use your finger to concentrate it, or do you use your thought?
Mind. We're going to read each other's mind. And can you?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Mr. Keshe, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, in a few years, we are able to read each other's mind. And I think a lot of people are going to be...
Why? You already can read each other's mind. Why in few years?
I mean,
why do you have doubts in what you can do?
I can do it, but some people are going to be shocked about what they see in each other's mind, because some people...
so you better don't do things you don't like to be seen, huh?
No, I think some people are going to be shocked what they say and what they think is different.
Yeah, but the thing is, we become more and more part of our own, what do you call it? Judge. We will decide. We will see. We decide if we want to. If do we need to. Do we go and do more of it? Or do we stand on the sideline and let it happen? This is the change. Do we want to be part of it and make it happen to change? This is the biggest problem. We always, as I said in the conference, they've taken confidence out of us that we don't even believe that we can make a change. And even when we see in the conference that group of people who now have the potential to change direction, when they wish, as I said, their wish was there within ours. You saw a peace treaty, and you see the change. Why not? Why do we have doubt in it? Why do we have doubt in our own power? Why do we think we cannot do because we've been told we can't? We can do everything. If you understand it, we can all do everything which we wish. There is no stop anymore. The only one who stops a man is the man himself not believing in what he can do. You want me to try it? You tried it. You've seen it. You have tasted it. And you will understand more of it. I don't need to tell you anything anymore.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. Any other question? The point is, now we have to go both ways, teaching the soul and teaching the physicality. Now, do we try just to bring it in when it suits us, or do we bring it in when we have to do it and it suits us more?
Hello, Mr. Keshe. Good morning, Mr. Keshe.
Hi, Paul. Good morning. How are you?
How fine are you, Mr. Keshe?
Thank you very much for your participation in Universal Council.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Paul, my dear friend, try
Yeah.
to make your sentences very quick and very short that we understand. You are a man of wisdom,
Yeah.
but your wisdom takes a long time for us to understand.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I want enlightenment about one practice. We have learned in the young age to never let sperm go out.
Never what?
Let sperm of man,
Yes, yes.
because they teach us that sperm is life and is a representative of God. To never let it out if we don't need to make children. And they have shown us how to transmit it and to be connected with universe. So I want to know if this practice is also in the right way.
I don't know. It depends on you. We don't make decisions and thoughts in what people can do, what cannot do.
Okay.
The structure of the man is the intention of the man.
Okay.
So you have to decide. The point of physical condition teaching is finished.
Okay.
It's done
Thank
by
you.
the prophet of the past. If you understand the wisdom of their teaching, if you understand the reason of their teaching, if you understand why and how they have made us to believe in what we do needs to be done, yeah,
Yeah.
then we have to obey by it. There's nothing we can do.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And for the Edman, the results.
It depends what you call edema.
Yeah, I have to give you a report about the man I was follow who have heads.
Who had what? Hate.
Heads, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so they gone to the control.
This is the process. Can you please explain in the background? I don't want to do it. What it means, what you've done, that we all appreciate. You taking, the point is, let me explain how Paul works and how a lot of you are working. We see this with the doctors, we see this with public, we see this with all sorts of path of life. You have seen and you know the system can make a difference, and you have taken a step to take that chance to make the difference in somebody's life, disability, illness, cancer, whatever, or even the knowledge. And you're testing it. People know what they are involved in because they have no other choice. But not having a choice is not a question. In being able to understand more is the question. Or in understanding more what this technology can do. So people like Paul, people like me, people like many other people across the planet have been given a new tool to change man, and Paul is one of them. He does it his way. We do it our way. The other doctors do it different. Alex in Africa does it. Dr. Goto does it different way. In China, we see different people. In India, understanding is different. In South America, people see the gas and the application according to their own. There is no foreign substance. There is no development of mixing new chemicals. The materials you use is natural on what our body is made of, and when you interact it, there is no FDA, there is no health authorities, there is nothing, because no one can stop you drinking water. And this is what Paul has done, and what he's explaining about AIDS in Africa, how he has interfered and how he has seen the change. And the doctors who do not know what he's doing have seen the change, but they do not know how to handle the position. Would you like to explain, please?
Yeah, Mr. Keshe. So,
Go from the beginning. Go from the beginning. Give us the history of the man for those who don't know.
okay. It starts with the house, the wife.
Yes.
So his son said to me, his mother have a head. And I say we have new technology, and we can try it and see what we can get like results. And they say they need life. If we can do it, they will be very happy. So I prepare for the first time CO2 plasma liquids, and I put it in their water to drink, water to cook, water for cleaning house, water for everything, bath, and I prepare also shop with this plasma liquid of CO2 to give them. And she only take bath, drinking, washing their clothes, their house, their environment with CO2 plasma liquid. And 1 week, starting second week, so we start see some results. But when she starts drinking at the second days, she's urine and other things have changed the color. And 1 week, starting second week, so she feel fiber, tired, another things. So I tell to her to continue, and she continues. And after small time, all these have stopped, and she become more powerful. And at the second week, end of second week, I decide to implement now the system. So I prepare this plasma liquid for zinc oxide, copper oxide, CH3, and CO2. And I make again the same system. Put it in his water to drink, cook, bath, wash his clothes and other things with this. And after she gone to control at the hospital, and then doctor asked to her, what product you have take? And she say nothing. She send me message and say, I tell to her to say nothing because I know their mentalities. I know doctor mentalities. When they get information that there is some people who have this result, who have this medicine, so they will start looking for you and start planning bad thing for you. So she sent me message. I say nothing, and doctor say, she said to doctor that nothing, and doctor say this is not possible because I know your state before you come here. No, you are near to finish with the ads. I should go to your house and see the product you take. And doctor carry her and go she's home and check what he find. He only find water. And doctor say, if you are going like this, in 2 weeks you can finish with this ads. And the doctor say to her to come back for the control after 1 month. And last week she go to the control, but please let me precise something. Before, I never know that she's housebound also have the same problem. So when I prepare this system for her, she give also to his housebound, and both they are taking this. And then when they gone to the control last week, doctors say for the housebound, his age is 78 years. Doctor say, I check everything. No, you live 78 years and become 18 years man. You become very younger. Nobody can never believe. And for the wife, he say, I cannot understand, but you can wait. I cannot give my final decision, but I have to see what you have used. So I have understand the psychology of this doctor. He don't want to give the result like this, but for the husband, he said that you live 70, 80 years to 18 years. This is very strange, and this nobody cannot believe it. And he said, I have checked everything in the control. I cannot believe it. And again, doctor carry all them and go to their home to see what they are taking. So I think next time I will bring them online themselves. They will say what happened to them. So this is what I have done with.
But are they free of AIDS now?
Yeah, for the husband, yes.
And the wife?
The wife, daughter say, I cannot give my final decision because I cannot understand what happened with you. So I have understand behind of this that she will be also free.
But is she free?
Yeah.
Is
So
she
I
free of
cannot
AIDS?
conform. I have to wait until the last decision of this doctor. I don't know what you want to check.
Okay, I'll tell you what to do.
Yeah.
Nobody knows they've got AIDS.
Yeah.
Take both of them
Yeah.
to a clinic, to a doctor,
Yeah.
and say, we want to check for AIDS.
Yeah.
You have the
I will,
answer tomorrow morning.
okay, I will do this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you need it to be confirmed independently. If she's been taking medicine for AIDS for a long time,
Yeah.
and now she hasn't got anything, you don't need to wait for a doctor. They are not decision makers. They are announcers of a what do you call it, an outcome.
Okay, I will do this.
So take both of them. Say this couple suspect AIDS. Could you test them? If it comes negative, you got your answer.
Thank you. I will do this, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. I would like you to write a paper on this. Write
Okay.
what you did, step by
Okay.
step, the name of the people you can blank out. You
Okay.
ask the doctor if they want to be named, and the outcome, the blood results. You ask the doctor, can we have the blood results? You take your blood results. The most will have a blood results from the AIDS, any communication with the doctor, they have AIDS in the past years, and
Okay.
the medicines they've taken. And I invite you to present this paper in Ghana.
Thank you. I will do this.
This is your job, because Africa is suffering deeply with this problem. I've seen
Okay.
some of my friends losing the battle in Africa, people who used to work in our offices. So even if he's made a man young, or if he's even eradicated the AIDS, it's a paper to submit. And if you can get us in the next few days blood results, confirmed blood results from laboratory, and the letter from the doctors they have no AIDS, and you can get from these people other communication to say they had AIDS and they've been taking medication or whatever, or from the file of the doctor who doesn't believe, you can get hold of those documents. We put your process on a blueprint of health.
Okay, I will do
So
this.
the way we release blueprint for energy, this is a blueprint for health. And this is the blueprint you've tested in any work. This is sharing knowledge openly, and people can go everywhere in Africa, anywhere in the world, where they can, what do you call it? Try it. Very simple. I understand the mixture you used and the way you used it. And it's very correct. And write it as a blueprint, submit it with this evidence, and let the other people who are fathers and mothers of children who can lose life to do it. It doesn't cost more than a few cents, but it frees Africa from a lot of deaths and suffering, a lot of children who have no mother and father. Some of you don't understand, or you have never understood, or you've never been made to understand the implication of this disease. I have watched this process for years in Africa. I've run businesses in Africa for years, and I've seen this plague. A child loses mother, a child loses father, a child loses both, and then cannot be fed. The child is sold majority of the time into slavery and everything else which goes with abuse of children. They become foot soldiers of the other misconduct of the man. The faster, if we see solution in different shape. This is not the only way to overcome AIDS. Other doctors are testing in Africa, different part of Africa. We have to find solutions for our own freedom, and this is one of them. Doesn't need the FDA approved to drink your water, to walk away with AIDS, malaria, and everything else which we need to do. I salute you. I thank you for your work, Paul. You're setting new standards in freedom of use of the knowledge of the plasma, and this is what it has to be.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you indeed. Write it, send it to doctors@spaceshipinstitute.org.
Okay.
Klaus will put it on a blueprint. We'll bring it on the blueprint of the Keshe Foundation website. The blueprint is not just for energy unit or magravity. You find a way, you can scientifically prove it, you bring it. I would love you to submit this paper in Ghana, and I'll love you if you can submit this paper in Europe in December.
So I will do this.
This you do a beautiful presentations, many times you've done. Put it in a scientific form. Yours does not have to have abstracts and blah blah. The way you think counts. The way you like. The setting of having abstracts and this and that is the way they block people to do what they like. But you can write about AIDS. Somebody goes on the website, clicks on the AIDS, you can see what it is. What I would love you to do, can you explain just the process of using? And our team in the background will write it down and put in a blueprint till we receive, because if we can save a life of one man one day to be a father to a child, cannot be delayed till you find time to write it. Can you explain again? And Dr. Klaus in the background, could you write it and put on the blueprint? The same with Vince.
Yeah, Mr. Keshe can do it.
Can you
So
explain to us from just what you made and how it was applied?
first, I take plasma liquid of CO2. I make plasma liquid of CO2. And she only drink CO2 plasma liquid. Only. No other water, no other things. What she have to use is CO2 plasma liquid. This is the first process. For washing his clothes, so I have understand that if we wash the clothes with these plasma liquids, we will get also the clothes will become plasma. The clothes will become in plasma, plasma condition. Plasma condition. So we wash. I advise her to wash the clothes with this. I advise them to wash their house also with this plasma liquid CO2 for the first time. Because according to my understanding, what you have explained about CO2 property, I say this can help to clean the disease. So that's why.
So what you use is only CO2, okay?
Yeah, in the first time.
Yeah.
And this CO2 plasma liquid give to her at the second days the changement of urine, where she gets insights.
Okay, okay. We're going very, 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 very nice.
Yeah.
Well, so you just gave them the what do you call it? Plasma of liquid CO2. They wash with it, they drink it, and they cook with it.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
Yeah, nothing else. They
Okay.
don't drink any water.
Okay.
Yeah. This is the first time. And this give the results of changing of urine at the second days. And this plasma liquid of CO2 bring also has at the point where she get fever, she get tired, other things like she's health want to fall down. So this plasma liquid of CO2 bring at this point.
Okay.
Can we continue? So
yeah, carry on.
At the 1 week and a half, so she starts feeling tired, she starts feeling fever and other things, and I advise her to continue. And end of the second week, his health is now stable, so she no feel nothing, and she call me say, no, I am going good. And I have understand that I have now to implement the system. So at this point, I have decided now to bring CH3 plasma liquid inside, zinc oxide plasma liquid inside, CO plasma liquid inside, and again CO2. So these 4 gans plasma liquid now
Okay,
I mix
let
together.
me let me explain. You put zinc oxide GaNs plasma,
Yeah.
you put CO2 GaNs plasma, you put copper oxide GaNs plasma, and the other one?
Both these 4.
Repeat
Hello.
the 4. Yes, can you repeat the 4 again, please?
Yeah. First time is CO2 plasma liquid.
Yes. And the second time after a week and a half?
So I mix again CO2 plasma liquid, zinc oxide plasma liquid, CH3 plasma liquid, and CO plasma liquid.
Yes.
And
Are they
then
drinking? Are they drinking the same as before, washing the same as before, and everything else?
yes, exactly. He drink, wash, and clean his house, everything with this.
Now, okay, and then?
What I have add also, I have make shop of CO2 plasma liquid for her. There was there was taking bath with this shop. This is what I have done in
Even
additionally.
wash with it? With
Yeah.
this? Okay.
So
Okay.
this is what I have done. So
And this is the result you've seen?
yeah, and this is the result.
Okay, let me explain in the background. Let me explain why scientifically to you is strange but does work. The reason for it is very simple. AIDS is a virus, is an energy pack. And now is much stronger energy pack than CO2 or copper oxide, because it's a very potential difference in the strength of its plasma, which is given to the amino acid. So what you see scientifically we can explain in the plasma technology, the stronger just the stronger field, which is the AIDS as a process, delivers its energy to the weaker CO2 or gives its energy to the others. The CH3 in this process feeds those weaker cells which have been damaged by the AIDS. So in mixing zinc oxide, it supports the emotion. In CO2 and CuO, it supports the damage to the muscle tissues and the brain tissues. And with the CH3, is the energy balance, which now the damaged cells which are released from the what you call grip of the AIDS, now they need replenishing. They need to gain their strength. Otherwise, you have that depletion. So you need the CH3. And this is a beautiful system. This is how it should work. It's a virus. And a combination of these energies is what you need in a space. When you overcome, when you hit, you've been touched by extra plasma, you need to recover from it. It doesn't come from anywhere else. If you cannot support the damaged cells, which comes through CH3, then you lose the battle, because the damage is there, physical damage is there. So you balance, you take energy with the CO2 from the cell of what you call AIDS or whatever else, which is a virus. You support the emotion and physicality, and you allow the support to build up. CH3 is very much here, behaves like a folic acid. CH3 here in its atomic structure works as a very much like a cobalt. Division of the other energies for absorption. The CH3 in this combination, carbon is used for connection. H3 in a plasmatic condition very much behaves like tritium, which allows division. It works what you call in the body of the man, we always talked about cobalt. In the child, when he's going to grow up, you speak about folic acid. In a gas state, plasma of CH3, CH3 behaves as an energy giver, as a divider too. Depends on what orientation it sits. So it can divide the energy, even the energy of the virus itself can become energy of the body. It's the conversion. So you don't need to look for more energy outside. The virus is breaking itself up, and the CH3 allows that division. It's another way of taking cobalt. It's another way of taking B12, you call it. So if you understand the science behind it, it works very nicely. Thank you very much, Paul. Brennan, could you please make a blueprint of this and put it on the Keshe Foundation blueprint? And it's optional to use for people. Do we have Benjamin in the background? Do we see Benjamin? I know he's still in Rome. He's trying to get back to Ghana to be able to fix the conference completely.
Yes, sir, I'm in the background.
Hi, Benjamin.
Yes, sir.
Hi. Benjamin, could you please explain to us, you do the same thing but using first CH3 in Ghana?
Yeah. Well, actually, we had a background discussion the other day, and Paul was included with Dr. Gatwa.
Let me explain this to them that they understand. We have made a panel of the African Keshe Foundation's team, which is Dr. Katwa, Benjamin, Alex, and Paul. And sometimes when I get a chance, I join in and they share knowledge how they run and how they operate in Africa and what they are doing, what they think they have to do. Would you like to explain more about this?
We were talking about this plasma liquid, and I appreciate how beautifully Paul have applied the technology. So what we do is, first of all, we uh, get. Please let me take this call. Hello. Yeah.
While he's answering the phone, he's in Rome trying to get back to
Don't
Ghana,
worry, I
hopefully.
will explain later.
Is that the
Bye.
Alex uses CO2 in
Hello.
that area.
Yeah. So what happens is when people.
Can you move a little bit back from your microphone? We're getting a lot of whistling.
Okay. Is it okay?
Come a bit forward.
Is it okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So what we do is we mix this plasma liquid for people with different kinds of ailments. For instance, when I take uh, a person who has a high blood pressure, for instance, when I take 2 ml of the zinc liquid plasma and mixes it with 500 or add it to 500 ml of water, and the person take it for some time. I, I, we have seen that within a week, there are serious, changes in the, high blood pressure condition, and I have witnessed this over and over and over and over and over and over. And
So what do you do? Can you repeat again, please?
okay,
Can you run can you write this as a blueprint, Dr. Klaus? And please explain that. We write it down. You have to explain something, Benjamin. There are no FDAs and there are no health authority regulation in Africa. People are always supporting themselves with what Earth gives. And a gas water of CO2 is what the Earth provides. So there is no control. If they tell you got AIDS, you have to do this and that, you need FDA certificate medicine. It costs a few $100. Get yourself to Africa, use the CO2 and come back and the materials, and then you're free. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so I take 2 ml of zinc oxide plasma or zinc plasma. Let me put
Can
it
you
so
speak a bit
simple.
louder, please?
I take 2 ml of zinc plasma and then get a purified water or a bottled water of 500 ml, and then I add it to it for the patient, and then I will tell him to take about 3 tablespoons in the morning, in the afternoon, and then in the evening until the bottle finishes. But before the bottle finishes, he himself will come to me. He will say, I have regained a lot of energy than before. I can do steps climbing without, pausing in between buildings. Okay. Or when I reach the first floor, sometimes I rest before I continue. Now I can go throughout. So this is what happens with a high blood uh, uh, pressure patient. And with the same application, I have seen with the skin diseases like eczema, and so I was treating one guy with eczema, uh, and he used to buy a lot of body cream for that. Every week, I think he was buying a pack because he didn't want to, see these things on his face. And I said, why are you treating the effect, not the cause? And he looked at me and he said, what do you mean? I said, the thing is inside you. You lack zinc because zinc controls about 300 enzymic functions in the body. And when the body becomes depleted of this, it translates into a lot of things, because this 300 enzymic function breaks down into other 2000 smaller functions. So zinc is very important in the body. And then he said, so what can I do? I said, give me a bottle of water. And then I did the zinc for him also to drink. But this time I increased it. I increased the dosage because it was acute and it was, always reoccurring. I added 4 to the 500 ml of the uh, 500 ml of 500 ml of water. I introduced 4 ml of the zinc plasma in the water. And what happened was phenomenal. He rushes to me after 2 weeks and said, look, it's gone, my whole chest, look. And he bared it in front of me, in front of the chemistry building, and said, look, it's gone. Where is it? I said, well, I don't know where it is, but I believe you have applied it. Yeah, the zinc have taken it, or what the body need as a supplement in the form of zinc have been replaced. So we can go on and on and on to share with you people who cannot even lift their hand. There was a woman I treated with C3 and zinc. Okay, he couldn't lift the arm beyond his shoulder. Okay, he couldn't even raise it up, and so I introduced her to CH3 first because she was constipated a lot. So I introduced her to the CH3, and what the CH3 did was to remove what do you call it, the waste in the body. And after finishing with the 1.5 liter of the CH3, I put her on zinc. And she calls me in the morning one day. She said, I was in bed and I felt like raising my hand, and I just raised my hand, and that was it. And she said, oh, it's a miracle because for months now, for 6 months now, I couldn't raise it. And when I try raising my hand, I feel so much pain in the hand. But now I can raise it. And they said, what is in that water? I said, I don't know. Zinc. And that was it. So I can give you a list of things that I have done with people, but you when you come down, we will share and then show um people. Even people will be present to see how they are held with pictures backing this claim. How somebody whose leg was nearly amputated finally is restored, he's back to work, and so on, and many more. Okay.
Okay, Benjamin, is it possible that you could bring these people to show in the
Conference.
conference?
It's possible. It's
Paul,
possible.
I would like to make you an offer. If
Okay.
you can get the couple, if confirms the way it is that the AIDS has been done,
Mm-hmm.
uh,
Well,
Paul in Togo,
Mr.
we
Kesh.
are we are prepared to pay for the expenses of them to join us in Ghana conference, that the people can see these people in person.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Let
thank
me
you.
announce this the following, which is important. As you know, conference in Ghana starts on the 17th, 18th, 19th. On the 20th, this is our plan. On the 20th, the Keshe Foundation generator will be shown simultaneously in Vatican and in Ghana. The unit will be taken to the house of Pope and will be shown in the house. Once we get a full confirmation of this, which has already been told we should be done, on the 20th, we will show the generator operation, and at the same time, highly possible, on the 20th in Ghana, we will show the flight system. This is what is our plan. We hope we can achieve it. On the back of the conference, on the 20th, the power generation will be shown both in Rome and Ghana at the same time. This has been the wish of the present Pope to eradicate crisis in Africa, and we in hand respond. At the moment, our people, our connections announced, this is a very much a possibility. We announced it beforehand that it will be shown in Rome, in Vatican, and in Ghana at the same time. The other announcement I have to make for you is that we confirm, if you want to be present in Rome on the 11th to 15th of December, we have accommodation for 400 beds with a full conference room and exhibition room, which means you can book exhibition space. It will be decided what it will be if you want to exhibit anything which is to do with the GANs or nano products, and you can make your booking now. We open the switchboard. It is confirmed from 11th to the 15th of December. Rome Crown Plaza Hotel will be the scene for the second international conference. I explain to you again, bring what you want, and in this section, when you apply, you can put, I want to present. I want to present paper, I want to present material. Those of you who have problem, possible to get visa, to enter, to show, you have to tell us immediately that we organize the hotel to arrange for your visa. They release a paper to you for the embassy to get visa, so there should not be any problem. We have come to some sort of arrangement with the Holiday Inn Crown Plaza in Rome, because it's isolated, it can be protected, it's in a beautiful place as you've seen it, that we hold next 12 months conferences in the same hotel in the same position. It gives us a lot of freedom. We don't need to look for different countries for acceptance. And we have a full support of the national security of Italy for you and us. And in a way that we are part of Italian structure, now we're making Rome the center of the new technology. We still have conferences like in Ghana, or other places if you want to organize, but we announce the holding of the what we call the second scientific Universal Council presentation of papers and technologies in Rome between the 11th and the 15th of December. The meeting is on the 12th, 13th, and 14th. Either night you get a chance to stay if you want, or to fly in or fly out. We are booking into the system directly, which means if you have anything to do, if you developed anything in the space technology and plasma, health, materials, energy, transportation, environment, GANs and nanotechnology, agriculture, and anything else you see, toys made out of these things, you have a platform. But you have to receive a clearance from our security before you enter. People who are in Rome, they know we bring heavily protected officers, that the condition when you arrive is safe. We don't allow anything out of line. You want to show something, you want to learn something, you want to be part of that in the plasma development. You're a doctor, you want to see what are the new systems coming up that you can use for your patients or whatever, everything will be facilitated. You're a doctor, you want to share the knowledge of what happened with your patients, or you're an engineer, still be supported. I have an announcement to make for you very, which is what we promised. In the next few coming time, hopefully before we go to Ghana, the Keshe Foundation will release, in cooperation and collaboration with organizations, different ways of manufacturing and delivering factories to location. We spoke about the container ship. Now we are in the verge of developing it. So when you become a manufacturer, you don't have to look whatever. You buy a container, everything is in it, what you need. All you need to is provide the raw material, and our team headed with Mr. Mike Harris will teach and train your staff. We have Richard, which is joining to Keshe Foundation from Holland, responsible for training and setting up of these structures. They are bringing people, we're becoming very specialized. In Italy, from next week, we are setting up a decontamination unit group, which means we are bringing people in. If there is any decontamination, this gentleman who is starting the structure is well known in Italy for these kind of things, and is becoming part of Keshe Foundation. Water decontamination, land decontamination, purification of the water systems, purification of land, radioactive decontamination. All these, from next week, we have a team, we're structuring a team in Italy. So you have a land, you know somewhere it needs to be cleaned up, the team will be here to respond. And we are building systems for this, this production, for these facilities, where water can come into the system, purified and released. We have tested it, it works now. We are bringing an organized team for environmental cleanup using the GANS technology. The backup factory, which is joining us hopefully, they will produce the machinery. So if you're in a land cleanup or you want to be in environmental cleanup, you can buy a system, a factory structure, you open the container, everything is in it. All you need is to put the material in it to clean up. And this is how it will be done. Any other participation? I was told Peter has written something to the council or to Rick about the meeting of the Universal Council last weekend. You want to read it?
Sure, I can read that, Mr. Keshe. Get that pulled up here. Maybe I'll show the document as I read it. It might be easier for people to follow along. Okay, let's get it set up here.
While you're setting up, on the 15th of December, if we are in Rome, The presentation, the Thursday teachings will be done in public the way you saw we did in Rome last Thursday. As people walked into the teaching, into the room, they could participate being part of the teaching. So if we are in Rome, if we get enough time to come back from Ghana to be there, then we carry on the teaching on Thursday morning. If some of you like to be part of it, we will be in the conference hall or in the room somewhere presenting. Go ahead, please.
Okay, yeah, this is from Peter about the conference of the Universal Council in Rome. Make sure my live stream's okay. So it starts out, coming back from the conference, I wanted to report the news, but couldn't do so because of a hacker attack on Facebook. So I was occupied the whole day preventing bad things to happen. So I thought maybe then it's better not to report much. But one thing I must share, it is very precious to me, and I want to share it with the whole world, and in a way it encompasses the essence of what we experienced in Rome. It was a 22 hours giving and sharing day by day. When I came back, I felt a little bit dizzy, but it doesn't matter. In my soul, I felt stronger as ever before. The last day, Mr. Keshe asked me about my gold reactors and said I could have become a very rich man. I answered that my treasure is in the heaven upstairs and that I don't need much. More money, more problems. I still think that was the only right answer to give. I, for me, discovered the mystery of life. It's the giving. Universe is a giver. The sun is a giver. The creator and his partner are givers. Plasma is a giver, and I think we can understand the plasma only from this point of view. We heard Mr. Keshe many times speaking of that, but how many grasped it? I believe Mr. Keshe is the strongest man in the world, maybe in the universe. I want to become as strong as him. He is my perfect example. There was a Bulgarian master, Oram Mikhail Ivanov. He always said, search for the strongest example, your very best idol, and try to become like him. This would be very beneficial for your soul. So now I know which road I have to take. It's the way of giving. In a way, it's not new to me. I've always tried to live that way. But thanks to Mr. Keshe, my giving will become stronger as ever. A way of giving so that your left hand, the taker, does not know what the right hand, the giver, gives. Not knowing what comes back, but looking what goes out from you. I'll just mute you there, Mr. Keshe. Let's see if I can find the microphone. There we are. Not knowing what comes back, but looking what goes out from you, and knowing that you will get more only in order to be able to give more. We have been educated in a very mad system that exists since thousands of years and doesn't match the way the universe works. It was a man-made prison. We must learn from childhood how to be able to take, how to get a good job that brings us good income, how to use your elbows to get a good place, how to be the first. We know nothing else than taking and fighting and have become a very bad species with never-ending wars and suffering. Mr. Keshe came to free us, but we have to go out of that prison by ourselves. That the way is our giving. The greed can only end if we make a complete 180-degree turn. I remember Mr. Keshe saying right before the Washington event that his greatest fear is that man will stop sharing if they have all they need. And I made myself a promise that this will not happen as long as I live. I am not alone and believe many others felt the same way. So it will be better, say, that this will not happen as long as we live, because we are already one. So our only concern and our only fear shall now be that we have not given enough. It's not important what others say about us. It's only important that in the end we can stand the judgment of our own soul. So all becomes very easy. We want to learn more about plasma. We just give. We want to become strong. We just give. And the good thing is, we do not even have to learn something new. Everything we need is already within us. We can give a smile, a helping hand. We can give knowledge. We can help the good things in others to face the daylight. We can comfort. Our presence can uplift. And we can even use our words and our voice to elevate the soul. We are in an upward going torus, and there is no end. Only we ourselves can stop the process. We discussed in Rome about the world situation, and that even if we are in the millions compared to the world population, we are very rare. And one dear soul said, maybe we are just the GANs of humanity. I found this very appropriate, so in changing ourselves, we will change the whole planet. So let us give the way we have never done before. Let us give as if it would be the last opportunity to do so. Let's be so contagious that we may infect each and every one. Let's celebrate the real life. This was the experience that I wanted to share with you, and what I think is most important to know if we work with the plasma, or better, the other way around, if the plasma decides to work with us. The only problem now will be that others have no more excuse now. They cannot say anymore they didn't know what to do. They have read my words and they have to act. With all my love, Peter Salusher. Okay, thank you, Peter. And I'll unmute you, Mr. Keshe, there. I had you muted temporarily.
You take my voice away whenever you decide. No problem.
Sorry about that.
Thank you very much. This is how we have seen, this is how the structure is becoming. People deciding for themselves to bring the change. We are just what we call a tool. No more. And it's us who's got to bring the change. We just teach the knowledge, and we show how the knowledge can be used in a positive way, in a very, very positive way. We don't need to go to the extent of understanding more. We have to understand what we already received, and then we receive the totality of it. It is a proud moment for most of us as human beings that we have come to this point. We have achieved to become mature, to be able to understand that is us who's got to bring the change, is us who's the cause of the change. And it is us who's got to take the step to bring the change about. I can teach you a lot. In a way, we had to reflect back on what we've done and what we achieved. And it's not teaching all the time how you put reactors together. It's teaching how to put the reactors and the thoughts together that they give the fruit of life what we're expecting. The mixing of a GANs needs a reactor. You have to build the GANs. It doesn't come from fresh air. The intention of making it is good, that they'll serve somebody, then you see the result. Are there any other questions, or we call it a day?
Mr. Keshe, this is Azad again.
I told you, Azad, you never finish asking questions.
No, this is not a question, because I was reading the chat from all the people, and then I was listening to people when we were in the conference. I think there's some stuff is not clear for some of us, or at least for me. So I want to tell you a story, and you hear my story, and you tell me if the story makes sense. That's the only way I can present my question. I mean, there is this, some times ago in 1961, someplace in the cosmos, there was a condition that the plasma, there's a magnetic field and gravitational forces condition was appropriate, and a soul was created. And this soul, it was staying up there looking at the cosmos, look at all the planets, and then was thinking, where am I supposed to go? And then she looked at the Earth and said, okay, this is pretty good because it's very challenging. That's the worst of all. So she was looking for a parent to come to existence. So she saw these couple who just got married, and they're having so much sex. So she said, okay, this is a good one. And suddenly, when the sperm entered the egg, she presented herself there, and she became that child. So the minute she became that child, the essence of that parents from all the generation has gone to her DNA and RNA. So, but once she was born, she didn't have access to all the information because you cannot have access to it. So she has to go by the way of just knowing whatever was out in the environment. But then suddenly she was diverted from what she came here to do, because the time she was up there, she wrote her own manuscript, what she's going to do. But she got diverted, and then she got confused, and she was going to the wrong path. And she thought that the past life, she was born many times and all that, and there's a karma, and she has to pay back, and she shouldn't judge. So if we're not supposed to judge, so the person who kills or rapes, they're supposed to come and do all that. So I'm not supposed to judge a person who rapes, or a person who abuses a child, or a person who kills in a war zone. So what is our position? So are we going to come back and answer that? If I'm not supposed to judge, how can I prevent that? So suddenly now she got to this, presented to this organization called Keshe Foundation, and Mr. Keshe coming. So what do you have to say about this? Is the story make sense to you?
Not really.
Okay.
But it makes a very nice story.
Okay. So are we coming back?
Well, you can ask a question. Were you born in 1961?
Yes.
I don't know. You got to find out. Let me explain to you something. Yesterday we were coming down in the car, and I explained something to Caroline on the back of what you're talking about. And I said, you know, the discussion was about the father who has given all his wealth away, but not to his children. And this is the way this father thinks and works. And being Caroline and thinking of life in different ways, she came out automatically with an answer. He said, it's good. I said, what do you mean? He said, you know, they say all the crimes which the father and the ancestors have done, that they made the wealth, whatever they did which was wrong, goes with the wealth, and then it goes to the child because he gets the fruit of the crime or whatever, or a goodwill or whatever. He says now he's given it away, nothing can go to the child, so he's isolated, he starts fresh. And so nothing goes from the crime of the past to be added or be taken into the future with the child. The point is, how do we see our lives? How do we expand our lives? When we go to space, are we going to pay for what our ancestors have done on this planet in respect to what we're going to do in the space? Or do we clean the space and the slate, as we say, for ourselves, that we go with a pure heart or a pure soul? In so many ways, when I teach you how to elevate your soul, is to balance from what your ancestors have done wrong in the past to hurt or damage the soul of the others, which are those souls are still suffering for thousands of years. That those souls through you are elevated to become equal and in balance. Don't forget, you always pray for the others. in elevating the souls of the others for what has been done wrong to them by those who you are part of it, we are part of it. We bring all the souls of the past to the balance. And that's the time when the man will see the opening of a space. There's no use leaving suffering behind and hoping for the new future unless you eradicate and bring the suffering of the past to balance. We freed the man on the point of physical death from the suffering of this physicality. Now it's time to release his suffering from his soul, that all the souls as one soul move on. There's no use having a painful toe where the whole body has to limp because of it. Any other question?
This is Ali from Spaceship Institute. You said the ancients of the past used pyramids to bring peace. And I was really interested to hear more because you said there is third generation of generators based on pyramids.
I cannot understand what you're talking about. Can you repeat yourself? You're a bit far from microphone.
Oh, okay. I was saying that you said the ancients use pyramids to bring peace to this planet. And I would like to learn more about that information because you said there's a third generation of maggrav energy units or something like that that is very advanced, but it will reach to the soul of the creator.
The picture you put on the front page, what you show, has meaning for some of those who work with us very closely. In time, we will explain.
And also this one.
Doesn't matter how many you make it, make 7 billion of it, it's still the same.
It's just like a star formation of it in 12.
Matter, it's still the same.
Same. Okay.
This is what I said. All those little spots you put on the ground and all those you shown just now in the other picture, it needs a top. If you understand the form of the star formation, for those of you who haven't understood up to now, can I have a sharing picture, please? Can I share my desktop?
Go ahead. You can annotate.
No, I don't need yours. I want to draw something.
Oh, okay. I'll stop sharing.
Can somebody give me a screen to share? I've got it. Got it.
There we go.
It's coming. It's a very, very interesting, if you haven't understood. Where am I going? Why is it out of? Okay, new one. Do not save. No. When you have a star formation, these fields covers everything in every aspect. But what is important is the flow of the fields. And the strange thing is, when the field flows, it all gets mixed up, becomes balance and feeds balance to the others. The star formation is the position of, if you look at it, we always said hydrogen sits on the top, the others underneath. And if you look, is the position of the creator. Humble, knowing he receives more and he can give equal to all. Does not need much strength, because strength comes from receiving for those who have, for it to be the center. Something which a lot of you never noticed, and this is a very big problem in understanding of the new technology, is this. Very, very interesting. You always look in the wrong direction, and I'll show you something else, another point of view. Maybe I better raise this one. Let's put the wrong way. No, it is good enough. You have your 3 reactors and you have your top reactor. You always looked at the flow of the fields in this manner. What about the flow of the fields in this manner? Or in this manner? Or from here? Because if you look at it, the triangle is always the same. The flow still exists. Otherwise, the reactor will not be in its position. The only time a balanced field is distributed is when they all flow and they flow back. All the crimes of humanity and the universe is forgiven to become one, to be spread equal, that we carry unity of the universe. Does not matter if it's applied or not. Any other question?
Hello, Mr. Keshe.
Yes.
It is Florin from Romania. I'm teaching for the Norwegians. I have 2 questions, and I have to show after that something. But first question, it is if we can weld the connection and the magravh and after that nanocoat with this copper, I mean.
You want me to stop sharing?
No, I just, this is first question. If we can weld the connection in the magravh and after that should I nanocoat?
Depends on you. I don't know. Depends what you expect.
But can you explain about a little bit about this? Should I understand, please?
What do you want to understand about what part?
About the connection between the coils, if they are welded or they are twisted.
Depends what you want.
Okay, let's say energy.
Depends on how you want to connect. When you weld, you still have an interface. When you weld, the plasmatic flow changes on the point of the interaction. When you solder, it's the same. You create a slightly different energy at the point of the interaction.
Okay.
When you twist, you share what it needs to be shared. They take and they leave what they want from it.
Okay.
Because
I build
let me explain something. Just 1 second. This is very interesting. For now in designs, we are totally reconsidering a lot of things in our work, and we're just adding to the knowledge, not reconsidering, seeing different options of it. And one of these options is this. You all are making these pins for the center of your capacitors, and you twist the top. And you build your foils on it. What about if you twist it this way? Some of you do. Or when you leave it open at this end, are you open to receiving energy from universe? Would it be any different if you make your connection on this side than this side? What about when you make your coils? All of you, what you do when it comes to the aluminum foil at the end, you just roll it, twist it over. What about if you twist back the paper on the foil? That it absorbs and holds all the energy back in it. All of you, you just roll the aluminum foil and then you put your thing on. What about if you fold it back on itself? You hold more capacitance because now this edge is free into the universal energy. Here you feed it back to yourself. You build a much more stronger capacitor. You have to option, this is what I was talking to Innovation Center. You have to open your eyes in different form of connecting and what that connection gives you. How does it give you? What about you make one of your maggrav coils with the opener? Carry on, please.
Yes, the second question. When I talked last time with you, I showed you my maggrav with the tubes. Now, what I'm planning to do, I'm planning to do the screens for health by using the tubes and by using opposite guns. What is inside of the other should be in the, what is in the gravitation should be opposite, but should be separate. One should be to one wall and the other one to the other wall. And if it's a good idea, this is the questions. And more to this, if the coil, if the tubes should be flat or should be universal, like 90 degrees, the gravitation one.
What do you want from it? What do you expect to get? Or why don't you try it and see what you get, what it'll give you?
I buy already and I start to do this. And I just want to know more from you about this.
I don't know. Depends how you mix your materials, how you position them. A lot of you still are in what I call a state of thinking. I have a maggrav system in the room. It doesn't work, or what it does. And others, it's like in agriculture. We have shown, okay, you give a GANS water to one set of vegetables, and next door you're running a test trial to see how it is, the one which is GANS water and the other one which is no GANS water. But in fact, the GANS water on top of the soil, and when it goes down, is shared by the guy next door. It's so close. So, and then they say there is not much difference. This is what we discuss in agriculture. This is something you will understand very, very quickly. Everything which is in that room has an effect on it, even you and your emotions. When you cultivate, for example, a lot of people say, okay, we use this patch of land and put potatoes in it and we give it a GANS. And then we lose another patch of the land, we give no GANS to it and we did. Here I produce 6 kilograms, here I produce 9 kilograms. It's not that bad, it's near enough. But what about if you take the same seed and go 100 meters away in the same structure of the soil and put the seed on? You will see 2 kilograms. Because the proximity of the material has interaction. And they say, oh, it's not that big. But this is what I said to all my agricultural people. Do not run your trial test seeds near where you're growing. Move somewhere else. Now you say, what about if I turn it and twist it? What are you turning it for? Why twisting it? What effect does it have in the environment around it? You are not in the line of connection anymore. If this wire is connected to that, you get electricity from it. Now, if this system is run, is plasmatic, it's going to affect that system. I tell you something is going to shock a lot of you, but sooner or later you see it. You remember your system, it says, beam me up, Scotty. Very soon, sooner than you think, you will see one. But the thing is, where are you going to land this, Scotty? You saw it, all of you saw the Scotty beam beamed, but you never understood what the Scotty beam the guy wear. Armand lost 2 balls. The others lost balls. This was a transmutation. This was a, what do you call, teletransportation. In a few months' time, in a few years' time, say, oh, the guy did it but never understood it. Now we tell you, understand, this is what it is, this is what happens. Any of you who work now in this field is capable of doing a lot of things. What we want to do in reality, a lot of you who work on the plasma technology, especially across Atlantic, and especially in Pacific, run your reactors, put zinc in it, and wish for the peace, and see how many soldiers of naval forces will walk off. Navies cannot fight when they have no soldiers who are there to fight. We saw the marching in Vietnam, people would not go to war. If you understand what I've given you, and if you understood what Paul and Benjamin told you, you have the same power. Those of you who are on one side of the Pacific and those of you who are on the other part of the Pacific, you all use zinc oxide, energize it, put your wish in it. I wonder if there will be any naval forces to fight. They'll all be anchoring somewhere because there are no soldiers to run it. But the wish of peace has to be there. It's the same zinc, it's the same core, it's the same everything. The only thing is changed is the wish of war changing to peace. But now it's not just wish, you have the tools to deliver it. You can paralyze armies. Now you have it. There is enough plasma reactors around the Pacific Ocean that you made to escape the earthquake, and you were so physical that I walked you into it. You're all hoping for the disaster you want to avoid. The disaster is the war. You were waiting for the earthquake to happen. It's you who's going to change the course of the earthquake. The earthquake is for the navies and naval forces. And military aircrafts. You build all these systems, I'm going to do this, I'm going to have energy. If the earthquake comes, you are more equipped than anywhere else. But the earthquake is to stop the naval forces. The earthquake is for you, all of you, go on the internet, talk, I'm put my zinc in it, I put my things in it. You heard Paul telling you, I gave zinc and this is what it does. If you hear to Benjamin, you just need to mix something with zinc in it, and then you see the result of it. You have all the tools of peace. The conference was just a show. How many reactors are sitting in China? How many Chinese have developed the plasma reactors, rotating, Gansin, and the rest of it? How many of you done across the Pacific Ocean? How many in Philippines, in Vietnam, in Australia, in New Zealand? All of you put a time tomorrow, next week, and run together. Put a GANS in it, zinc oxide, put a CH3 with it, which increases its power, and run, and wish. Ask for the support of the soul of the core team, the whole 12 of them, and ask for the core team center. And then ask for the member of the Universal Council that the wish comes through. You will see a lot of military officers will be running, even themselves don't know what they're doing. I showed you the cloud on the picture of the Keshe Foundation just going on. And I said these clouds are the reactors, gases, and everything else. Run it and wish it, it will come. They link up and the soldiers are in between. The fish is in between. Caroline has started throwing water, CO2 everywhere, in every pond and fountain in Italy and in Rome and everywhere else. You do all the same. Now connect them. That's what I said. The biggest problem was they never stopped me teaching, writing books, teaching public. We start a peace process. We can do, we have to do it. It's our job as a human race to do it. Thousands of you. Don't wait and say, oh, I turned it for 4 weeks, it's not doing anything. It will do its job and you will see the result. It needs to link up. Next time you go to port, you see a naval officer going on duty, give him a little thing, a bottle, say this brings luck, put it in your pocket, fill it up with zinc oxide and a little bit of amino acid. You got yourself in his heart, you got yourself in his soul, and it'll go your way of thinking. If it's the correct way, it doesn't harm any other soul. I have literally infested the humanity with the plasma technology, and I don't need to do much more. We were in the conference from 35 nations. And that's a very, very little conference in a very, very place in Rome. We have spread the wish of peace across this planet. Now it's for you to deliver it. Understand it is not by a twist of something. You have twisted enough wires and you have done enough rotating. And the system to deliver it sits right amongst you, and we deliver it and it'll be there. So start moving and then you will see the change. Doesn't happen just because you have to change the grain of the thought of the man from killing. How you bend it doesn't matter. If it bends 80 degrees or it doesn't bend.
Yeah.
This
Mr.
is not a
Keshe.
gimmick show. Let me tell you something. This Keshe Foundation products and technology has become a gimmick show for people who want to see more of. Otherwise there is something wrong with you.
I will bring more.
Meet you, see you in Rome on December the 12th, 13th and 14th.
I hope so, but if you let me share, then I can explain to you some things more about
I have no control over sharing. There's a boss
okay.
sitting there.
Can you please let me share my video camera?
But before you share, what is this video? How is it taped? Is it somebody else's? Is there music on it?
You have to see me first.
No, we don't want to see them. They get a problem with sharing other people's work.
No, he's talking about his video camera, I think.
Ah.
Yeah, I'm talking about my video camera because everything is in the front of me.
Okay.
Right,
no
okay.
problem.
So maybe we have to get that set up here. Let me see.
We have what we call internet inspector called what do you call it? Hold stop. It's got to be direct. That we cannot mess about. He's checking everything, Rick, that we don't lose anything.
Okay, you guys see me?
No, it says UCAM 5, please start your cam.
And now we see the eye of the professor.
Yeah, I just...
your camera is not, you don't have the correct camera selected in the Zoom probably. You have to go to the little arrow beside start video and select the camera.
I start video, but...
You gotta go on your option and choose the right camera.
Very strange, because before was not, I didn't need to do that.
It means God doesn't want you to share the knowledge, you're not ready yet.
Yeah. Okay, let's live like that. I can say to you guys, Saturday, I broke my pectoral muscle at the gym.
Pectoral, you broke a muscle?
Yeah, pectoral, the in the chest one.
How can you break a muscle?
Okay, now we see your camera.
I lift around 140 kilo and I broke it. I didn't warm up enough my muscle.
You broke a bone or a muscle?
The muscle.
How you can't break a muscle? You tore a muscle. Okay.
Yeah, you mean the muscle or the tendon came loose from the bone? Is that what happens?
We have some tendons here, and we have some muscles. What is going up to the shoulder?
Yeah.
Okay, the pectoral one of that one, because my muscles didn't warm up. I broke it one.
It
When I
Okay,
lifted
I understand. Okay, carry on.
detaches.
But I just go to the hospital and everybody asks me about pain. You have pain, you have pain. They check me. I was to the MRI, to the everything. Do you have pain? Do you have pain? I said I don't have any pain. And now I just wondering, because I'm not sure if I'm correct or not. But I drink from this cup for a couple of months. But I have pain if I move my hand and things like that, but I don't have any pain, and I didn't take any painkiller. This is something very strange. I think also for them and also for me.
This is one of the properties of the being in contact with CO2, being in contact with nanomaterials. Because of the carbon connection in the CO2 and being in that environment, the pain does not transmit itself because it's an energy information and it does not transmit, it just balances itself out. The way we put a pain pad or a patch at the end of the amputation, and we get no phantom pain because it distributes, balances the information which is made out of the neurosystem. Especially if you use or been in touch with copper, you made it, you already have it in you. And I know exactly what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. I broke 10 bones falling off a horse, and I didn't feel any pain. I was walking. So this is why most probably I caused myself more damage getting and walking with all the bones broken, going into my liver and everything else. This is not a strange. I experienced it over 5 years ago. And a lot of people do. If you have a burn in the house, I always say, keep a bottle, just spray CO2 on it, wait 1 minute. There is no feeling. You never feel a pain of burn at all till the skin regenerates. Is it good or is it bad? We don't know. But in majority of time, it's CO2 especially is a massive, massive pain relief. So I've seen what you're talking about. I've been there.
Just now I'm waiting for the call to go to the surgery because they have to put the muscle back, And,
yeah. But you have no pain.
No, I don't have any pain.
I know, I've been there. Not pain being there, the energy is getting used for repair. You find out your repair will be much faster than normal because the energy which is used. But
I feel more tired than when I was healthy. I feel very tired. I have to go very quick to bed right now.
Yeah. Good night. God bless you. Enjoy your bed. I hope your pain is relieved, and I hope that surgery will be successful.
Yeah, it will be. I think everything will be okay. Okay, Mr. Keshe. Something else what I have to show you, because I said I will show you something. I built a hell pan.
Yeah.
Okay, but this is a bit unusual than we see it from right now.
I've never seen two similar hell pan except the ones we manufacture.
This is a bit different, and I built it by thinking, by seeing a galaxy and the universe, and I have in this hell pan actually 3 types of plasma, I can say like that. One is from matter, one is from liquid, and one is from light. And I have here the light, because this is the light, actually it is the central nerve. This is my idea, and it's also, you can do this, and I tested, and 2 people and 3 people, actually 5 people, and 3 of them, they feel electricity and like a current and the arm what I touch it, and I also feel it that too. And also my idea first after that I see it like a galaxy, but the idea was going from I see a cartoon or something like that when I was a small child, and was a stone like a diamond or something like that, and the light was going through that stone. Like in my case, the light is going through the liquid plasma, and after that is coming out. And this was my idea. And after that, I like after in the cartoon, the light when hit the flower or hit the man make him younger, or make him or give of or the flower change was dead and get to the life back. And yeah, and after that I see him like a galaxy. And I never feel anything plasma so powerful like this hell pen. And it's just a tube with liquid plasma inside, magnetic and gravitation coils, and this device with light. Yeah, this is what I made. This was my idea. And I think you understood, Mr. Keshe, about what was my idea and how I built it, this helper.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Maybe this is what you see in the movie, laser lights, you know?
Yeah, kind of.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions?
This is Ali from Spaceship Institute. I would like to extend the hand of peace to SpaceX and Elon Musk and ask them to sign the peace treaty so we can work together and build a spaceship together, and we'll share the technology. And I would like to offer the hand of peace. So that's what I would like to say.
At the moment, as we say, they lost heavily in this launch, and one way or another they'll understand. They say thank you for doing it one day, but we have to do things that it actually brings things in order. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe, what's the importance of today?
I don't know. You tell me. Tomorrow is a big day.
Okay, so today is not important.
In the Jewish calendar, tomorrow, 16th of September 2016, is known as a point of change. We are expecting, if we are correct, a talk from some of the world religious leaders in the next few days, coming weeks, to announce a very big change in position in respect to the belief of their structure of belief. You will see it when it happens and when it comes. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe, Stephane Fife had something he wanted to ask about, I think, or show and ask about with his system.
Yeah,
sure
can
if
you
we
give
have
me 1
time.
minute? You can carry on in the background. I have to stop for a minute. I'm just going to do something. 1 minute.
Okay.
Yeah, hi Rick. How are you doing?
Good. Let me get you lined up here.
Yeah.
Not getting your video. Not getting your video coming through for some reason here. Whoops. What happened? Let's try it again. There we go.
Yeah, it's okay. I lost my connection there for a reason or another.
Ah, okay.
So yeah. Well, let me run my questions by you, Rick, while we're waiting, and at the same time, Mr. Keshe, just think about the answers along the way. I don't know if you remember the carousel.
Okay, just a minute. Just a minute. We have to mute all here. Trying to find this switch. Just a second. I'm not able to. I'm not able to do the mute all for some reason here. Okay, just hang on a second here. Oh boy. Okay. Mute. Can everybody please mute their microphones? I'm going through and.
Okay, carry on, please.
Yeah, we're just having a
yes,
problem.
hello, Mr. Keshe.
Hello, yes.
I don't know if you remember the carousel.
Just a minute. I had to mute all there in order to continue. We have to get you back up on your microphone. Go ahead.
Okay, yes.
That's better. Thanks.
Okay, I'm back. Yes, we'll get there. Yes, I don't know if you remember. I had presented this a few months back, the carousel. This is a newer model, so maybe you won't recognize it, and it's pretty hard to recognize when you look at it like this. But basically, what it is.
What is there in the middle? What's that shiny piece?
This one is a little crystal.
No. Next to the first coil.
This?
No, it's like a shining plastic on your coils.
Oh, right here. This is aluminum.
No, next to it, at the bottom.
At the bottom?
Oh. Here, after the big coil, you have a very shiny material. What is that?
Let me verify on my side if I could see it on the camera. Okay. Maybe.
Take the big coil and move your finger inwards. Yeah, what is, no, go back. What is this? The one you're touching now.
It's glue. It's actually glue.
What glue?
Well, actually, I broke my bowl earlier today, and I put glue in the bowl.
Ah, okay. And what is on your capacitors on the other side? Those are glue too?
No. No, I might be having, see the colors that you're talking about here?
No, here, there is like capacitors in the background with the red cable coming out of it, yeah. Yeah, what you're holding now.
On the top of them. Did you use glue on the top of them?
Yes.
You know these glues are hazardous, fire hazardous. They are fire hazards. You're can cause a lot of problem. We see a lot of people using these coils and these hot glues, and they build a picture, and we know a couple of fires have started with them.
Okay, that's good to know. Silicon would be better.
You're carrying a huge amount of energy, and you can literally set your house on fire.
Yes, I wouldn't plug that in the wall. That's
doesn't matter because it's a capacitor, it builds up energy.
Okay.
And any of you uses these hot glues for connection, especially like this, is a disaster waiting to happen. You will understand sooner or later.
Well, the hot glue is made to for the tubes, to block the tubes.
Yeah, but don't use anything in line that any wire touches them.
Okay.
Yes, separate. As a container holder is not a problem, but I see you using between your cores. This is a recipe for disaster. We keep on warning, and sooner or later you will see huge problem with it. Do not use glue with especially wires you use with plasma. They are doing it, but those who do, and then you run into problem with it later on. We've seen reports of people's setting things on fire, overheating, and the plastic melts or the glue melts.
Fantastic. At least we get to clarify it for people not to use it anymore.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Carry on.
Yes. So this is a 36 tube cells that I made. This is pretty new, but I wanted to ask you some questions on this, because basically it's a McGrath, but the way it's made, let me explain it real fast. We got the center coil that's in the tube. I did not really like add any GANs in the tube or anything for this model. So we got two wires coming out. There's one that I re-loop on the top of the tube itself, and then I put aluminum tape all around it so it becomes a wire in itself. And then I build capacitors by sections on top of it. So a little section of a capacitor, scut towel with GANs, with wax paper. I use a scut towel because it's not for home use. So long story short, and then I put tape. I put another one, and I continue like that. So there's 12 capacitors in this one. So when I plug this directly on the 12 volt, there's no short. It acts like 12 capacitors in parallel. I wanted to know
12 capacitors in series.
I actually in parallel, because there's a center wire which is my aluminum, which touches all.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yes. And the McGrath is the same thing. I mean, if we do the same thing with the McGrath, we would have already amperage within it. Maybe it would help it in many ways. It would include the capacitors within the system.
Why not?
Yes. And I wanted to...
Because this is innovation. I keep on saying there is nothing wrong with whatever we do. It's just understanding what the outcome will be.
Yes. And this particular case, I think the spark gap in the circle will reinforce the system in many ways. It might be very practical.
Possible. Why not?
Yes. And I wanted to hear your thoughts on these two coils, because these two are also innovations. This one is the same principle, centered coil in a tube with GANs and water. And then there's, I went with the Tesla configuration, which I call Tesla. It's based on this thing. So I got 4 coils here. I got 2 counterclockwise connected together, 2 clockwise connected together, and both are going in on each side of the center coil. That's inside re-looping in itself like a McGrath, basically. So this, to me, when I tested frequency-wise, it was in the range of 8 Hertz and 20 Hertz. Well, actually 3 Hertz to 20 Hertz, pretty much an average of 8 Hertz, which I found quite interesting. And I said to myself, I got to make tests with this one with the ground maybe, and try to see if I can't tap into the ground with this one. And this one's another one, but let's stay with this one. The flow of it, I could tell that it's more like static. It's not exactly the same thing. When I test it, I get the same results. 66 savings with this, 66 with a 90-degree McGrath, 66 with a McGrath, 66 with a Trinity cup, and that's pretty much it. So at the end of the day, I know that these coils work because basically there's always the same principle that are in it. But what I find interesting is this one. Do you think I could... am I missing something with this one? And for my Fibonacci coil, well, that's a Fibonacci sequence that's inside, and the last sequence is the exterior coil, basically. It's a McGrath, but inside there's Fibonacci sequence, so it's 1 turn, there's a space, there's 2 turns, there's a space, there's 3 turns, there's a space, 5 turns, space, 8 turns, 13, 21, and so on. And it follows that the exterior one is the last one, and it's a complete coil. So it's this one has really an interesting energy field. When I plugged it, I had the impression that the energy was flowing in like a wavy, more organic fashion, less direct than the McGrath, more fluid, more snake-like, maybe would be a good description. It felt really good. It feels really good. But I haven't made tests to see if it what kind of savings. But I just have to guess it's the same thing because it passes through the liquid, and I get the savings when I go through the liquid when I use different metals as to create a better field potential, like aluminum and copper.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting. Very interesting. There are so many innovations, there are so many ways to do these things. And each one of us uses our intellect and the knowledge we gathered, and none of us is wrong.
That's beautiful. I've been starting to work with 3D models, and just this is my first print. It wasn't really thought out. I just decided to make a little device out of it. But it's
You mean you have a spare the 3D machine, you don't know what to do with it?
well, it was, yes, it was my, well, actually it was my first print, one of my first prints. So I'm going to print many designs, and I have many ideas. Basically, you know, all the geometry forms have to be done, and there's a lot of work to be done. All the configurations of each system has to be like, you know how it is. We have to do all the tests, and I have to
We
go.
understand, we understand. Thank you very much. It's an insight. This is what we got to do. We got to, we do not know what this triggers in some other people, that it brings us a new way of thinking or a new system or new technology. Thank you very much indeed. If you have anything like this you want to present in the December scientific conference, we give you a platform. We find somewhere a platform for all of you to be able to do it. There is something which is getting printed in the background by the Keshe Foundation team. Under no circumstances they would like us, or me, to repeat. We allow any Belgium citizens or Belgium passport holder, or we see any connection with Belgium, to attend any of the Keshe Foundation conferences. This is not to be prejudiced, it's to protect Keshe Foundations from the animal behavior of this, and these people who cover themselves by this national cover. We've seen them. The what do you call it? The security forces in Italy are aware of this fully, and the limit of what I call animal behavior has been proven in the West, and do not make application that we have to reject it. We find out, we will refuse. We have enough, what do you call it, the strength to make sure that will not happen. We monitor even the residents of the hotel, those who try to be clever, as we call them. So we are very, very heavily protected, and we are proud of being in that position to be able to protect our people. No Belgian citizen, national passport holder, except my wife, which I cannot help, will be allowed into the conference or any of the conferences, as long as the present behavior of the nation, management or rulers, stays the same. We do not allow terrorists who call the others terrorists to carry on their acts in the conferences. Thank you very much for reminding me.
Well, yes. Well, I would have a question on the gold GANs. Right now, I have 14 karat gold GANs that I've made with carbon and 14 karat gold. I want to know if there's anything that I should watch out for. Right now, I'm using it in a health cup, and I feel that it's very good. It feels very energetically. It feels great. So, but am I missing something? What?
I don't know what you're missing, what you want to miss that you see. I found it. Maybe you have everything you don't need.
Right, yes.
That's what we said in the conference. Look at the what you bring positive, what is missing, somewhere I have to fill in. There is nothing missing, it's just adding more to become more peaceful, to satisfy the need.
Yes, of course.
What was your intention when you made it, Stephane?
Well, you see, the first approach when I do my test, the first approach, I always approach it on a non-intent approach. To see I start always with the basics. It's like you learn to walk before you learn to run, and you learn things at each level. You could jump levels, but it's always best to understand what manifests where and why. So by getting an approach that is a non-intent, but there's always the intent, right? The intent is the first intent of all was uniting everybody and bringing people to a consciousness where, you know, we are all connected and we all have abilities, and, you know, just getting people out of the dark, because basically a lot of truths were not listened to because of a lack of knowledge and lack of studying and so on. So for me, when I first saw Mr. Keshe, it was obvious to me that this, he to me was like a saint. He's like, finally somebody steps up and has a method and seems to be doing it quite well, and everything was so well thought of. So my intent was to give it all I have to prove to the world that this technology works, and then continue on my own spiritual journey. But
I meant more specifically for this particular GANs. I mean, that was sort of a general
same
thing for
thing.
most
It's always the
GANs.
same thing.
Yeah.
When I do something new, if this was new, I try to keep it, you know, like, I just try to have a no mind intent. So I get to see the pure basics of it. But even so, I still,
So
we always intending something. We are intending to learn. In my case, it's always an intending to learn and to discover and to start with the basics.
Okay.
So
Thank you
it's
very
peace.
much.
At the end of the day, it's peace. But to me, also, the superconductivity and the monoatomic gold has always been something that interested me, because I knew that it would hold the knowledge of many things. And through cultivation itself, I had acquired those things without needing technology to assist me. Technology was a way for people to get out of the trap that they're kindly in. That's the only reason why we need it, is because people need to be able to listen to themselves a bit more, and instead of listening to others, finding the truth within themselves.
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing knowledge with us. Are there any other
Mr.
presentations?
Keshe, yeah, thank you, Stephane. Mr. Keshe, I'm told by Bob Young that a Chinese knowledge seeker wants to share his generator. Maybe you'd be
Yes, go
willing to
ahead.
have a look at that. Okay, so I'm not sure who that is. There is a couple of viewers with their hand up. One of them is Bob Young, so I'll put him in there. And I think the other one is Ruthy, that maybe is involved with that too. So Ruthy has been asking many questions in the chat. Has been mainly answered by Vernie in the chat and so on. But I think they still have some questions from the Chinese sector on GANs in particular. But maybe we'll have a look at this
Yes,
generator
please go ahead.
first.
Are they there?
Not yet. They're in the panelists, I believe. But Bob, do you want to speak there? Bob, your microphone's open, but I'm not hearing you. Hello, Bob. We're not hearing you, Bob. You need to patch in your microphone somehow there. Oopsie, I think he dropped out there. I suspect Bob had some trouble with his. Oh, he says sorry, his mic has some problems. So I think he's coming back in, doing the Keshe advised restart your Zoom, and things magically heal somehow in the process. Okay, he's back again. Hi, Bob. Can you talk now? Still not hearing you.
Check your microphone on the option in the Zoom.
Thank you. Yes, this you can check.
Hello.
Ah, that's better.
Oh, he's back. Okay.
Yeah, hello, Mr. Keshe. Yeah, good morning.
He needed some
Yep.
advice from the master there, I guess. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you, Bob.
Harry, please promote. His ID is 123 something, 2 Chinese characters.
Okay, there's 2 1 2 3s, but the 1 2 3 something I will promote. Yes, okay. The something was the Chinese part that I can't interpret.
It's very interesting that while we are teaching, there are fringe teaching going on in the background with other Keshe Foundation members. It's very interesting. It's become a conference with the fringe teachings every Thursday.
Okay, so...
Can you promote him?
He's promoted now. I think Bob, he's there now, right? Do you want to talk to him?
Okay.
It's 1 2 3 and...
Yes, 1 2 3 with plus 2 Chinese characters.
Yes. Yeah, he's in as a panelist there now. And I can unmute him. Maybe that'll help. Hello, 1 2 3.
Hello. 可以听到，你说。
凯斯老师您好然后各位知识寻求者大家好今天我上来是给大家分享一下我的压缩机系统及能量单元，我做了一下改动。
你直接分享屏幕吧。
我看一下。
He said he's trying to share his generators. He made some changes to it.
Okay, I've asked him to start the video, so see if he can do that. Okay. Oh, he's screen sharing. Okay.
这样可以吗？
可以。
Yeah, we can see. You're gonna increase your picture.
放大一点。放大一点。
Yeah. Now move it up.
好，就这么大了，可以了。
然后我还有，然后这个是展示的一个系统，然后这个能量单元呢，我进行了一个改动，然后我加了一个无线环在能量单元里面，这样的话会更好的看到单元的一个效果出来。
He said he added an infinite loop inside this megagraph unit. Maybe there is some improvement.
Pardon? What has he done?
He added an infinite loop in the center of this megagraph unit.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we can see some improvement.
No. There is something we have to say. I don't know if it's gone back on blueprint or not. In the blueprint, the original blueprint, there is a slight mistake. It's not a mistake, it's just the way it's been drawn, initially thought, and then it's corrected. Can we have the blueprint while you're there? Stay there. Can you bring the blueprint out, please, of Renan, are you there in the background? The blueprint has if you want to understand it, a connection problem or a connection adding that it is important to understand. And that is, you come from your power supply, you come to the positive of your capacitor set, and you go out to the negative of the capacitor set into the stacker unit. This is wrong. It has to be the way where you come in, you come to the center, which is a negative, and then you take from the positive. There has been a problem in this drawing. It's just been reversed. I inquired about it at the time it was put. It was said it was going parallel, and I emphasized that it was parallel. But we checked again. It is has to be corrected, which means when you come from your power supply, whatever it is, you come into the negative of the capacitor and you go out of positive. Somehow in understanding of the drawing, the picture has been turned. Please correct it in the blueprint. And this is one of the problems which we have noticed. You come in from, can I have a blueprint? Can I have a whiteboard, please? Just give me a second, we come back in again. Rick, can you give me a whiteboard? Okay, at the moment what you have, yes, it's okay. At the moment what you have is this, and it has to be checked. I hope Brennan has changed it in the blueprint. You come from the power supply, positive, negative, and you go into 4 capacitors. This is the present drawing where you come this way and you take your wires from the negative and you go out. This is wrong. This has been put in wrong. It has to be this way. You come to the negative, you got your coils, and then you go to positive into the negative of the maggrav. Some of you might have had a problem with this, and so it comes in and it goes through the negative. You go to the center pole, not into the positive. Somehow in the drawing it's been turned 180 degrees. Yeah, I inquired about this at the beginning. I said, no, it's in parallel, it has to be. And now we know that it has to be changed back into the original shape, which is positive, negative. So you can power supply, you go through the plasma system, negative, positive, negative, positive, negative, positive. The what do you call, the structure changes quite a lot. We've seen this, and so I hope for those of you who didn't notice it, on the blueprint should be changed, and if it can be updated. You might find totally different performance from your system. There are addition to the maggrav system which we will add to the system for you to check. We have realized very recently in past, we are checking still. Arman came up with this past 24 hours, 48 hours. He has discovered there could be a possibility of error in or not getting a better performance from the maggrav system with some connections. We will announce this once we are checking in the factory. We are checking in Italy to see if this is the case. We'll inform you, and then we tell you how you can adjust it. That increases the, what do you call, the potential of your system's reduction. Some of you who couldn't see a massive reduction, it could be a connection missing in one of the drawings that you have created, and it has happened in our factory production in some materials. We are checking it as usual. We are not afraid of mistakes. We are very open about it. If it is there, it has to be corrected. This is what we just noticed in past couple of days in respect the connection into the generator. Please adjust it, and if you have made generators and you're waiting for it to see how it works, the capacitor, by somehow misunderstanding or mistake in the drawing stage, has been put back to front. Remember something very important. When you make these units, this is essential. This is very important that you come from the supply, You come into the 4 capacitors, and then you go into a maggrav system. These 3 maggrav systems should not have any capacitance or any capacitor in any shape as a maggrav unit with them. They are applied on their own. I've seen some people doing this, using the maggrav system with all the capacitors in the back and the front for this purpose. This cannot be done. It has to be the stacker unit without any capacitor, because you have capacitors here. These will trigger problems in your system. The other thing, which is again with your development of the capacitors, please remember how to make these capacitors. It's important. The capacitors are made in a strict way, in a very, very specific way. You can go up to 3, maybe 4 nano if you get it the right way. Understand how it's done. It's very important because we are still ourselves learning in this process. You have the GaNs of CO2. You may create nano GaNs of copper oxide by heating the copper wire very high, creating nanocoat, and then you dip it in a very cold water. You get this lot of sparkling and splashing of black stuff. You need that black stuff to add to this. This is a nano GaNs copper on your coils. The way it's been done, these coils are added with gel, which has in it the component of NaOH. These are very little things you have to pay attention to give a very high powerful capacitors. In the background, Renan will add this to the blueprint. We are not just showing something to show. We are guiding you step by step why some of you and you cannot produce certain materials. You got to remember very clearly how you roll these capacitors. Paper, you put this on a paper, or you put this on the aluminum side, you put a lower on the paper side. You can put a CO2 with a gel, with an OH on your paper winding, and then with a copper oxide, nanomaterial, gas material added to it on the aluminum. You let it dry, that you cannot scrape it off. It joins in it. When you look at the ones which Douglas makes, they are literally as part of the metal. They fuse into the structure and they give you a very high potential capacitance. These are little things you have to do, you have to look for. Every day I sit and I learn from the teachings in the Innovation Center, and we don't pay much attention to it. But little adds to the strength and gives you what you want. Please, when you use a maggrav system, only use the coils and not the capacitors and the other one. The capacitors have to be in the right direction. When you look at the compressors, one compressor has to be much bigger, powerful than the other one. You can't use parallel compressors. And then you get your condition of flow. The compressor connection is updated again because some people could not understand how it works. It's been upgraded. Please, Renan will put it up in a new version. A line which was connecting the compressor into the capacitor beyond has been taken off for maximum efficiency and the connection. The new version, the new upgrade diagram for maggrav has been set. Please check it. If you build one, just recheck that it goes. The ratio has to be very big, 1 to 2 if you can do. There is a thermostat controller of the current flow in some of the capacitors. Please do not take it out. We've seen it burning out and we had it past couple of days ourselves. So Renan, please update the drawing of the generator that people can check and check again. We try to be very precise in how you make things, how you develop your GaNs materials, and how you make your winding of the capacitors and your stacker units and how you connect it. This makes a lot of difference for a lot of you who could not get your system going. Capacitor direction has to be changed. The line between the compressor and the capacitor has to be taken out. You don't need to have capacitance or capacitors with your stacker unit. In the process of generation, you don't need that. And then what you do, you take your load across out as it should be.
May I ask the question?
Yes, we still with our Chinese friend are in the queue. Can you wait?
Yep.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Rick. Can we go back to our Chinese colleagues, please?
Mr. Keshe.
Yes, Mr. Armand.
There is one more thing, you know, that you have a.
Can you speak louder, please, Armand?
You have to connect backwards, you know, in a drawing, you have to add one more thing, that the negative side, it has to connect the capacitors together.
Yeah, they are in parallel.
Yeah, with the stacker.
Pardon?
With the stacker, they are in parallel.
No, they are not. It's not. That's the problem. It has to be turned the other way around. They are not in parallel. The capacitors are in series with the stacker. In the drawing, it's a mistake. The four capacitors are in parallel with each other, but they sit in series with the stacker unit.
Yeah, the four, actually, the 4 and 4, they are in parallel.
And we have only one set of 4.
Okay, one set of 4. We are putting 2 sets of 4.
You can do 2 or you can go to 12 to increase the power supply. In the very near future, we are testing things in the background that we can show you. You can produce huge amount of power out of these systems. But let us do our work. Literally off the board understanding is past the knowledge on. And we have seen other testing going on the development going on. We are reconsidering the position and connections of the capacitors and the rest.
Okay,
Can we
perhaps,
go back to the Chinese, please?
Sure. Bob, can you ask 1, 2, 3 what to do there? He wants to share again, I think.
OK，你可以再共享一下屏幕了，还在吗？
在的。
OK, he's sharing again.
Okay, carry on.
继续吧。
我的电容，我刚刚看一下，我的电容呢，确实是放在能量单元的中心的，然后电容正好也是串联的，不过不知道，我看你打的字，我不知道是不是这样的一个情况，
它不是在它中间，那个是串联的，但是它是4个并联在一起，然后串联在能量单元和它串联在一起的。
对，我是串联，但我的电容也放在了能量单元的中间，正好是替换的，就是钢丝球。
哦，这样是吧？好，那我问一下他这个。And he said his 4 capacitors is in the center of the stack unit, in the place of the GaN spoles. So,
why not? If it works and it gives him a response, why not? We learn from them.
No, it's not working up to now. He said when he switched it on from A to B, he saw some sparks on the switch. So
No. What is it connected? Is it connected to a battery or to a grid?
他问你是怎么连接这个？是用市电启动的，还是那个用它的那个电池启动？
市电启动的。
哦，用市电。He said he connect to the grid. Yeah.
Yeah, and then when it switches on, you take the grid off and it's just a start.
他说你市电切换。
You have a potential difference. You see the energy release.
他说电势不一样，你这样切换的时候是有火花，这样。
我是用那个。
直接问了我火花的问题。
我是用的那个船型开关嘛，它就是直接切换的时候那边市电是断开的嘛，然后这头它直接就接触，它接触的时候那边是完全断开的。可以看一下吧，要不我把船型开关给你知道吧？应该我可以给你看一下。
你看一下吧。
What energy do they get?
I'm sorry? He's showing the switch. I don't know what the name is.
Tell him to move to the right. It's come too close, we can't see anymore.
往右边挪一点，你要保证桌子在那个摄像头中间。
Maybe he can turn the camera down. So I think that's what he's gonna do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you are right, Rick. What is there? There's a drill.
有个电钻嘛，他说。
Compressor.
那个是这个吗？这
是绕线机。
是绕线机。
哦，绕线机。It's for winding coils.
这个就是个船型开关，这边切换的时候，它另一边是完全断开的。
It's switch. He said when switch to the other side is the first side is completely disconnected. So there isn't any problem on the switch, Mr. Keshe.
Okay, thanks very much. But that's the two compressors look to be the same, equal, and it will have a problem.
他说这个两个压缩机是一样的嘛，这样就没有电势差是不行的，必须要一个大一个小，一个强一个弱。
对的，就是一个大一个小的。
Is that it's different? They're different.
They're different. Okay, no problem. But ask him to look at the blueprint. Hopefully, Renan will put it up today, tomorrow. This is an update on the what do you call the generators. They need to be adjusted on the drawing.
Okay.
Is Douglas in the background? Can you see Douglas? Or he's not there?
开始先说你这个之后要改善一下这个连接方式，然后之后那个瑞尼会改一下蓝图的，所以现在你启动不了也比较正常吧。OK。
然后还有其他的什么吗？
I don't see Douglas right now, Mr. Keshe.
He's not there?
I don't think so.
Don't think so. He must be asleep. Please. Can you go back? Somebody made a comment. What was that comment? Who made that comment? Can you see with the last comment which just came up on the Zoom chat?
Mark Herb says, is Mr. Keshe dyslexic?
I don't know. You come and check. Never been one. Can you delete him, please? Take him off the chat. Don't let him back in. Okay, go back. We don't need trolls. Just delete him up. Don't let him back in ever. You have to allow the system to reset itself. You have to allow the system to operate in a new manner, and something which we notice in different experiments is that how you position these two compressors will affect the performance of some of the systems. We are trying to replace the compressors with solid state. We are testing in different ways. So when you work with these compressors, even with what we realize, the positioning of the system, maglev systems into the compressors can and could have effect on the performance. Any other question?
还有问题吗？
可以问一个，这个，请凯史老师看一下我这样的无限环，如果我不断的往外加，就是说1、2、3、4、5、6啊，这样不断的往外加，这样是否可以？
是什么意思？不断往外加？
就是说无限环。
我知道，
这1、2、
excuse me, is this the stacker unit? Stacker 1, a stacker 2, a stacker 3?
No, this infinite loop. Can we add more loops outside the smallest loop? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Why not? It could be beneficial.
他说可能也很有效。
这种是可以的，是吧？
可能比较有效，他说，有效的。
是。好，谢谢。
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you very much. There is nothing wrong. You open, you're the frontier runners of this technology. You try, you tell, we see, we learn. Any others?
Mr. Keshe,
yes?
This is Ruthy. Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Okay. Because recently we mentioned a lot to drink the plasma liquid, but there's some discussion in Chinese group that some people said that don't drink too much the liquid plasma because maybe it will have some heavy metal inside it will impact the health. So I hope you can clarify this. And
depends what you call heavy metal. There is no, when you make these water should have no metal left in it. There should be nothing. It should be clear top, the top you take. And you should not be digesting anything to have a heavy metal. Where does the heavy metal come in? You have a zinc and copper, and that's all it is. Unless you use other materials which you know, we don't know, that's all it is. You use the water, the top, which is very pure. You don't use the bottom. And whatever if there is any structure left even in the top, it just purifies through the body. It takes with it what is not needed. It's a plasma condition, it's a matter condition, it doesn't interact with the body. It's in the cancer state, which is monoatomic, and it does not carry a structure with it. You should not use any water near the GANS material. You always let it fully settle and you just take the top, especially if you're using it for digestion.
And what about quantities, Mr. Keshe? What would be recommended?
We don't advise more than 1 or 2 spoons a day.
Right. Some people might be having cups of it or more a day.
Oh my God. We don't advise more than 1 or 2 or 3 spoons a day.
Okay, and I have another question. That is, some Chinese people, they do some tests, and they found that if they use the salt which has iodine inside it, and they found that maybe it's not a good quality gas, or maybe it's just only a chemistry mixture, and they found that should be used sea salt. So is the adding in the salt will impact the quality of the gas, or even some salt? I know they have added the fluoride inside it.
I don't know, it depends. When you use a sea salt, you carry everything which is in the sea. This is what we say all the time. Is the sea salt gas one of the best things because it carries all the minerals we need? Maybe yes, but on the other hand, it carries other things which we don't want to have as well. That is what is inside. If you don't have, and what do you introduce? Would our body take from it, or would our body reject it?
Yes, because in China the salt must added some iodine inside it by the government, or some rule that when you
Yeah,
produce.
but you use the gans of it, and then the liquid gans of it. If the body needs it, we'll take it. If it doesn't link up with it. It's exactly how we deal with cancer. If there is a lack and there is a wrong, and it needs to bring a balance, the body will take. Otherwise, it doesn't take the rest. It's a very interesting phenomena, and a lot of maybe this answers partially what you're talking about. If you go on certain type of food digestion system, or go and eat for food, if you eat, for example, man-made additives and reprocessed food, these have combinations which your body is not unknown, so it tries to store it when it comes, it might need it. But if you eat, for example, 100 gram of, let's say, a fruit, has all the vitamins, minerals which you need for that day or for your body need. The rest of it, we eat a kilo of it, the body has to work to get rid of that extra amount you've eaten. And that creates and takes energy, and is one of the best ways for those who want to lose weight, but in a specific way. And this works the same way. Body only takes in the natural process what it needs, and the rest is rejected. When you add and hold solid gas, because then it attaches to the, in a way, absorbs a lot of energy to itself, if it's heavy metals, whatever you call a gas of. But if there is a need to the body for that energy, it gives it too. So your body doesn't hold on to what doesn't need, and it finds a way to process it. And especially in a gaseous state, it's directly rejected. We'll show some what we call data, scientific data, that you'll understand very, very rapidly. That's why it was so successful with Fukushima. If you remember, with the test of the gas on the mouse, how they measured everything which came out of the body of the animal was equal to the poison, or what you call it, radioactive material, which they gave to the animal to start with. The rest doesn't work, is non-toxic, which means it doesn't destroy the body. There is a lot of rumors goes in China, we hear it, and this is something they are aware of, different things, and they try to connect the technology to their understanding. It's respected, but it has to be put in order as well.
Okay, thanks. But is there any method to test the GANs? Because some people said that, so you said before, the GANs can't be dissolved in the strong acid or strong alkaline liquid, and so they put the GANs inside it and found some of GANs disappear and some
So
they
they are
still.
not GANs. They are not GANs. We see that. We know that. There are different ways of testing it. You have to understand part of the process goes in the matter state and part of the process stays in the gas state. And partially the acid itself create a condition for the gas to convert to near enough to a matter state or energy state. Don't forget, just because you put acid in there, you are separated. The acid with the gas in absorbing the energy, it creates the environment which can use part of the gas itself. It doesn't dissolve in it. Now it's taking a new stage and it's a new state.
So we can't
What you
use.
have, let me explain this. What you have when you add these acids to left is means the acid is saturated with what it needs from the gas. It doesn't dissolve it. It's like another virus. It takes energy from it. You have to understand the process. What kind of acid, what's the kind of gas, and what is the energy transfer in the plasma condition. It doesn't dissolve. This is what we explain even in a test, that you see the center core emptying or you see your core emptying. Oh, it's empty. It's not emptied. The energy is transferred in the gas into the balanced condition of its environment. Inside is pure plasma, is pure field. Translate the knowledge the way it is, not to fit with what it's something to explain the wrong way. When you add an acid, I had this discussion with the Innovation Center yesterday, I think, or today, regarding the use of acids in cores to increase the alkalinness or acidic. And I explained to them the same thing. If you want to add an acidic in a gas, you find an acidic gas which is high, that it can interact. You don't go and buy sulfuric acid and add to it. You can find materials which are highly acidic, but they carry, or they're produced by the fruit, which means it's in the state of cancer. I've explained this many times. In a gas state, you don't lose your matter. It means the environment you put it in needs the energy of the gas for it to become to balance with the gas. What is left is the balance which was not needed. If you add more acid, you'll find the rest disappear too. It's an energy transfer. It's not dilution. What's the time? It's nearly 4 hours, 20 minutes we've been going. Shall we call it a day, Rick?
Absolutely, Mr. Keshe.
Yeah.
I think you earned your pay today.
Oh, not good enough. I need a little bit more. The payment is not good. Can I have a little bit more, boss?
Okay, double.
Double. Let me explain again, please. If you want to show your technology, if you want to show your science, if you want to show or learn from the people who are doing it, if you are a manufacturer manufacturing different kind of things of the Keshe Foundation, GANs and whatever, or if you want to come and learn new ways, as we announced, you can book. We are not holding any reservation. It has to be done and completed immediately. You can attend the conference in Rome, 12, 13, 14. Submit papers. If you want to bring papers or if you want to share knowledge, we accept your papers to be shown. If you're a housewife, you developed something very simple, you're still a scientist. If you're an electronic engineer or a professor and you want to show something, you still have the same room. We close these bookings very quickly now because as you've seen in Rome, we reached the numbers we put out. I think think about 500 seats in the conference room is enough, and we only have 400 accommodation. It starts on Saturday, 11th you can arrive, 12, 13, 14 is a presentation of the papers, and we finish on the 15th. 15th is the Thursday. We'll do a live presentation of the teaching, depending on what room capacity we can get, because it's not the main hall. If you want to apply for Ghana, Ghana has opened up. It's mainly scientific for Ghanaian and the other nationals in Africa. If you want to join there, again, we confirm the conference in April and March. It's us who's got to build the technology, not somebody comes and do it. You build a system, you discover something, you've done acid with GANs and you want to write a paper with it, and it's applicable, you have a platform. No organization gives such a freedom for sharing knowledge. And the organization is us, is you, and you have to build it. The more conferences, the more we publish papers, the easier will be understood. It's not something on the internet. When you have presented a paper in a world conference, maybe from 30, 40, 50 nationalities will attend, you gain your own statue and your own stage for delivering knowledge. There is no control, and we allow you to bring in. You have a reactor you want to show, and we support these kind of moves. Come in and share knowledge. We've seen it in past conferences. People don't even go to sleep. They're around the clock, 1, 2, 3 o'clock, just share knowledge. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I have a question.
Thank you indeed.
No, I think we're done the questions now, so you could save it for...
We're going for 4.5 hours.
Save it for next week. Bring it.
Payment for next week, yeah. We'll meet you next Thursday.
Okay.
Don't forget the teaching on the 15, 16, 17, around that time from Ghana will come from Ghana. We'll teach from the knowledge seekers will come from Ghana direct live. Thank you very much.
Okay, I was going to show the Ghana as a screen share to end with here.
Yes, please do the Ghana and then we can go.
Do you want to show the actual video? Do you want me to show the video?
Show the video, yes. We are proud to be in Africa, and we are proud because there is so much knowledge coming out of Africa. It's unbelievable. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me get that set up here. That's...
Keshe Foundation Ghana, in association with Ghana Atomic Commission and Ghana Spaceship Institute, would like to invite you to attend the New Dawn, Africa's Meteoric Rise and Spaceship Technology Conference, October 17th through 19th, 2016, in Ghana. Keshe Foundation Ghana's mandate is to build awareness and promote research into plasma technology. The Foundation is presently working with governmental institutions and other interest groups in Ghana to fulfill this goal. At the conference, you will be afforded the opportunity to learn about and experience plasma technology firsthand. The cost of admission to the conference includes 3-night stay in one of Ghana's prestigious hotels. Hotel packages include a single, double, or twin room option, and an option for an apartment or suite. Breakfast, tea, and coffee breaks and a buffet lunch on the days of the conference are also included. Keshe Foundation Ghana is focused on utilizing plasma technology to solve numerous problems facing the African nation. Come to the New Dawn, Africa's Meteoric Rise and Spaceship Technology Conference in Ghana. Learn about plasma technology and learn how you can participate in spreading the word about it. Together, we can bring freedom to Africa and humanity. And we hope to see you there.
And that's the end of the 137th Knowledge Seekers Workshop of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute. Thank you everybody for attending, and we'll end the live stream now.